Nuclear. What up, my boy? How's it going? Beautiful. Looks beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Wait, was that the first time? That wasn't the first time you saw my new full screen thing, was it? Can't be. I love it so much. It's so good. It's weird being in like I think it's second or third. It's glorious. Now you just got to get yourself a badge, good buddy. You just got to get yourself a badge. Whenever you can. Neighbor Rooney. What's good, brother? What is good? How's everybody doing? Woo! Friday. It's weird. It's like I feel like I'm missing part of my life, and the part of my life that I'm missing is tiny this week. Feels weird, man. Feels weird. Me too. Yeah. He'll be back soon. Oh. Is this this is for Elon, yeah? Yeah. I was thinking I can't survive my echo chamber alone. That's why I'm here, good buddy. I got you. Yes. I was thinking Neighbor Rooney, that's a good one, but I was thinking the Goodbye Elon, it's been nice. You know that one. But they both are acceptable. Are you napping already? Are you already asleep? Come and say hi to the people. You guys are getting a freebie right now. Come here. Come and say hi. Who's here? Hello. Just a freebie. They're not paying for this one. I know. They're not using any chat points this time. I know. We're giving them a freebie. What are you doing? Are you napping? Are you staring at the peanuts right now? Yeah, you're staring at the peanuts. Unbelievable. Oh. Nope, you gotta come back. Now you gotta sit in the chair. Because they paid the full money. Mika. They paid the full money, so to speak. Yeah. That's right. Hello. Hi. That's my girl. Can I get a paw? That's a good paw. Will you say hi? If I give you a peanut, will you say hi? And like a regular hi, not like a little boof. Can we get a loud hi? Say hi. Say hello. All right, we'll take it. Oops. No, you dropped a peanut. Oh. Say please. Say please. Good girl. One more time. Say please. Good girl. Good girl. You're so good. Okay, get out of here. Good girl. Casper! Did you just totally miss the Mika content? Or did you catch the tail end of that? Oh! Listen, Daniel's not here yet, so somebody has to do the terrible puns. All right, might as well be me. Caught the tail end. She'll be back. You'll be back. Yes, you will. Yes, you will. All right. Yeah, we got tariffs to talk about. Because that's crazy. I know probably people are scared about the administrative stay. Personally, I don't think there's a lot to be worried about there. I think, well, we'll get into that in a little bit. Then obviously now he's saying, we're gonna double tariffs on steel. Double them. Right after I already said the pun, Casper. You can't say the same pun and then say pun intended. You're stealing my pun. You're taking credit for my big salad. Anybody who knows that reference gets kudos. Did we already go over taco? We did a little bit last time, but we can always go over it again because it's fucking hilarious. I think taco is one of the great things of our generation. Oh, shit! Have you seen anything of this Olivia Juliana chick? Republicans are dogpiling on her, but I think it's because they're nervous that someone who the heuristics 10 years ago would lead you to assume she hates men. Here she is talking about men's issues. She's not the next Joe Rogan. Someone so progressive coded speaking like that is valuable. IMO. I have not, Neighbor Rooney. Shoot me a link and we will queue it on up for shit later. Ew? Who are we ewing? What's the ew? What's the ew? Juliana, does she suck? I don't want anyone discussing my issues. That's fair. I feel so tired. I don't want anyone discussing my issues either. Fuck them. Fuck them! Except for Casper. Casper's allowed to discuss my issues. Oh, we jumped up to 28 viewers for like 2 seconds there. Bunch of people jumped in and then we're like, nah, this guy's too fucking bald. I'm out of here. Dude, another reason why I like Hutch so much. Hutch is bald now. How's that for an endorsement of the hairstyle? I love it. Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna pick up and keep watching that Hutch and Vadim thing later today because I want to see how that turned out. I have purposefully not watched the rest of it because I want to watch it with you guys. Tim Pool is also bald. No, Tim Pool is not bald. Tim Pool is still clinging to the little scraps of hair that he has left because he's too insecure and too much of a pussy boy to take the plunge and shave the rest of it off. That's why he always wears a fucking beanie. Okay? I don't wear a beanie because I have this glorious shiny dome to show off to the world. I have a shaved head and shiny dome. It still gets cold because I'm not in CA. Okay. There's a difference between wearing a beanie when it's cold and wearing a beanie when you're in a fucking suit at a wedding. Okay? The way we wear a beanie, I feel so tired. That's the normal way to wear a beanie. Okay? That's not what Tim Pool does. Tim Pool is an entirely different type of beanie wearer. Alright, let's see. Casper apparently doesn't like her very much, but let's keep it. Beanie gatekeeping? I am in no position to beanie gatekeep. My beanie hours are nothing close to his. If anyone's going to be the beanie gatekeeper, it's him. The man does not take it off. Alright, let's see.
Which probably, statistically speaking, like 89% of y'all read already. But Olivia, I want you to talk.
Voice crack. Voice crack. Let's rewind it back.
Statistically speaking, like 89% of y'all read already.
Ooh.
But Olivia, I want you to talk about that Substack. And I also want...
My boy's balls just dropped. Look at him. He looks quite young. Maybe he's got one of those lab rat electro brain caps on underneath. Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me, dude. Or just like a clear thing, like where you can see his brain, like those supervillains in the comics.
You to talk about one of the newer articles that you wrote about why men drifted right in the previous election. I consider myself a resident expert on this because I am a man, so I feel like we could have an interesting conversation on the conclusion.
You've been summoned? Like, away from here or back here? And if it's back here, is it because we started playing this lady who I have literally never seen in my entire life? I've never seen her. I don't know who she is. I don't know. Okay. Somebody just sent me a link. High school junior is not a man and does not speak on my issues. This is true. He's not a high school junior. He looks like one, but he's got to be an adult, right?
Conclusions you reach in that article.
Yeah. So
another voice crack? Oh, yeah, because I said you apparently don't like this woman. You were saying earlier. No? Is this the truth? Is it truth?
Substack it's called A New Perspective, oliviajuliana.substack.com, and we're actually very close to hitting 100,000 subscribers on Substack. I'm very excited. But I write a lot about politics, and I hate that all these newsletters are the same. There's so many Substacks that you get on, and they're all telling you the same stuff. I don't want to do that. I want to give you...
Don't give me a pitch. Just start talking about things. I don't want to pitch. I want to know what your deal is.
A new perspective on the political issues that are going on. And so I keep seeing people talk about young men in the 2020 cycle or in the 2024 cycle. And they keep saying like, well, it's because they're not getting laid enough and they feel judged.
Are people saying that they're not getting laid enough? I mean, I guess the right is saying they're not getting laid enough. I don't think the left is saying that. I think the left is saying that we've sort of neglected them as a group. We haven't cared enough about their problems. I mean, like red pill people say that, I think. But I feel like the Dems are approaching this after the last election saying we've kind of abandoned them and we need to find a way to appeal to them better. Well, yeah, the incel thing, but I don't think that's as much of a... Because men have been not getting laid for a very long time. That's not a new phenomenon. Young men who vote Republican are just incels. Sorry, I was thinking like post 2024 election. So like the response of like, how do we re-engage with those people? So that's what I was thinking. I hear you, Casper. It's not a new thing though, right? Like some dudes don't have any game and They don't know. And then they have these, like, really high standards that are, like, unattainable for somebody who's realistically going to be interested in them. And then they end up being alone because they're expecting, like, some fucking, little unrealistic magazine model or video game girl to be their waifu, while they also treat everybody like shit. That's why you don't get laid. Just be nice. Be nice. Be confident in yourself. Be nice. Not like nice guy nice. Just like nice. And have confidence in yourself. And if a girl rejects you, don't turn into like a raving lunatic. Just be like, all right, that's cool. Move on to another one. Sometimes it's a numbers game. I don't know. Figure it out. It's not that hard. They don't know how to be aggressive. That's the root of their problem. I don't think you're quite right about that, or we're talking about a different type of aggressive. Because the aggressive that I'm talking about is like when they get turned down by a girl and then they start going off writing a novel like, you fucking slut, you fucking whore, you're just a bitch, I didn't even want you anyway, that kind of shit. Being the right amount of quote-unquote aggressive is a very fine line. If you're going to play that way, you really got to know what you're doing. Because you can either come off as creepy, dangerous, right? You don't want to be any of those things. Confident, exactly. The ability to respect boundaries is the ability to assert boundaries. They don't only not have game. They lack assertiveness and ability to read a room. I agree with that. 100%. I think that's a pretty accurate read on people. They lack an ability to read a room. They lack the ability to understand what how their behavior affects the person that they're talking to. And so they're a lot of times the way they think is very inwardly. They're not thinking like, how is what I'm saying going to be received by the person that I'm trying... God, I'm going to use an old person word. By the person that I'm trying to court. It's rather like, this is in my mind what I think I'm supposed to do, so I'm going to do it super hard. And if it doesn't work, I'm going to lose my shit rather than try to like figure out how to do it the right way.
And or alternatively, well, they're just racist and they hate women.
No, this is for me.
So like it's really right I see these takes coming out from both sides of the party wing, I would say, and I just think that all of that is wrong. I think all of it is wrong. And so I wrote this piece called "The Politics of Getting Laid and Preachy Females," and I really dive into what I actually perceive it to be. And shocker, it's all economic anxiety.
Waifu triggered.
I think the Democrats have a really bad problem of every time we message to young men, we frame it in a way that is wrapped up in the same principles that we critique. We critique the patriarchy.
And this is a huge problem. Like, the Democrats message terribly to young men, especially young white men. They ostracize them. They make them feel like they're not important. And then they go over to the right and they hear like the red pill, the tradcon shit, and they're just getting fucked from both sides. And it's like no wonder why, so many men aren't getting like a good understanding of how to like have a healthy relationship and interaction with a woman. It's because it doesn't matter who they're going to, they're getting fucking dog shit either treatment from the left and from the far lefties and the woke scolders, right? Or they're getting dog shit advice from the red pill douchebags who preach this whole value relationship dynamic bullshit. tell them that they're only going to matter if they have fucking money and if they can fuck as many women as they want while the woman only fucks them, which is so stupid. I mean, like, no wonder. No fucking wonder.
Critique the way that men have hierarchy and power structures, and then we message to them as if not only is that the reality, but that they have to continue to be like that. So the example I use in the article is the issue of abortion. When we message to young men on abortion, or men in general, we do it from the position of, well, real men protect women. And if you care about the women in your life, you should be pro-choice. And that might be true. That is
Of all that talking up nerds people were doing for a while, I don't think so at all. Most actual nerds are really nice people who don't have trouble, like, having a functional relationship or having functional interactions with people. I don't consider, like, these incel people real nerds. The internet used to be the arena of the nerds. But nowadays, everybody's on the internet. What I mean is that socially awkward thought they were talking about them. Yeah, those weren't the nerds they were talking about. They were talking about intelligent people who were doing well in school. Because back when, I was a kid, at least in like elementary-ish and some middle schools when I was actually in school in the States, like it wasn't cool to be good at school, right? It wasn't cool. You get bullied for shit like that. Not always. Like, it wasn't so rough for me, but there was definitely potential of that happening if you were like a nerdy person. And then, later that kind of changed, but... And then the people who got ostracized were the fucking bullies and the douchebags. But a lot of them, instead of learning from it, just kind of doubled down into it and didn't really grow themselves, right? They isolated themselves instead of becoming introspective and asking themselves, hey, why am I evoking this sort of reaction from the people around me and the people that I interact with? All the nerds are cool stuff was just, hey, we like Marvel too. No, I think, Neighboruni, I genuinely think there's been a change in society where if you're like talking one-on-one to somebody and you start talking about like intelligent topics, intellectual topics, and having a discussion about them, people are genuinely interested now and they will express that. And I think the same goes for like younger people now. I think that has changed. Because, like, when I was growing up, if I'm in school, right, I just start talking about how fucking great math and science are, right, to, like, the fucking big sports dude of the school or whatever. I don't know, I was only in, like, elementary and a little bit of middle school here in the States, but if you did that, right, you were gonna get a fucking swirly or whatever the fuck they did. I think a lot of messaging gives people a false sense of belonging. So when people define themselves more narrowly, it's going to be hard to get over that. Yeah, that's what I think the big problem with the whole red pill shit was. And, like, obviously it seems to be like people are moving away from it. And I hope they find something better. I hope they find a better way to learn how to, like, interact with not just people of the opposite sex or same sex, if that's your thing. But just everybody in general. Just understanding how to read the room, how to understand, to like make conversation, to be interesting, to be, attractive, not necessarily in a physical sense, but in a personality sense to the people around you. I really hope that people start to learn that better. How about that? Have you seen some of the polling of young man? Andrew Tate has had a strong influence. My understanding is red pill is like shrinking, right? Like, red pill viewers, they don't get nearly as many viewers as they used to. That's one aspect of it. I feel so tired. I think that's like a symptom, right, of the underlying issue, and I'm kind of talking about the underlying issue. Yeah, there probably is neighborhooning. Like, that's not surprising. There's going to be a section of people who are going to continue on with the red pill stuff. I'm not saying that it's gone. I'm just saying, like, you know, people aren't clamoring to go on, like, Fresh and Fit anymore, right? People aren't trying to talk to, like, Andrew Tate. Maybe, yeah, maybe that's what it is. Maybe. We'll have to watch, and we'll have to keep an eye out for Andrew Wilson's meteoric rise. No, I think that's true, Neighborhoony. I think there's a bit of a pendulum swing happening. But the more they realize that it's not working for them... Also, hey, yeah. How's it going? But I think the more they realize... I don't think Andrew will rise that much because of how much of a femboy he is. No, it can't be. How is he a femboy? He's more bearish, isn't he? No, I think right now, because of the effects of the internet, we are seeing, like, those people gain a larger sort of reach than they ever had before. But, you know, within the next couple generations, within the next even alpha, maybe, you know, alpha, if not alpha, beta, right? That kind of thinking will be antiquated by then. Because that's how shit goes. That's how it goes. The way the previous generation thinks about things, a lot of people don't want to do in the next generation. If it, like, makes a big issue, they'll think it's fucking cringe. So I think we're going to see, you know, we're going to see this pendulum swing back in the other direction. That's just how social dynamics go throughout society. That's how it always is. I don't think we're going to see Generation Alpha grow up to be like, you know, ultra alt-right groups. But we'll see. Anyway.
It's true. But we don't come at it from the approach of this is the reality that young men face about that issue. Because it's entirely possible that a young woman in college gets pregnant unexpectedly, and that could upend her life if she doesn't have access to abortion care. But it's also entirely true that the young guy who gets her pregnant, now he's on the hook to not only take care of this child that could be him, that could be coming into the world, but also to take care now of the mother of his child. And I think that it would be so much easier if we just understood that the problems we're having with young men shifting to the right, it's not because they don't agree with us on the policy. They do agree with us on the policy. It's because they feel like we don't understand the struggles they're facing, the actual struggles, not the perceived struggles of the masculinity crisis or whatever it is, the actual struggles. And instead, we just kind of want to blame them for all of our problems.
Right.
I don't agree as much as I think a lot of them don't agree on the policy. But I do agree with what she was saying about acknowledging the things that men go through in our society, for sure. Because now they've spent a good, like, decade and a half, you know, being told, oh, you're a male, you're privileged, you get everything handed to you, while simultaneously no longer getting anything handed to them. Quite the opposite, right? Like, being told, okay, so we need to give everybody else a leg up and kind of fuck you over a little bit because you're so privileged. You know, there needs to be sort of like an re-evening out in their eyes, right? Reacting to the rate of change due to the internet 24/7 news cycle while at the same time not having it filtered through an actual friend group. Yep. It's online friends. A lot of them just have online friends. Trigger Delight 98. First of all, welcome. I seem woke? I don't really think so. Overly woke stuff is pretty cringe, but also super anti-woke stuff is also kind of cringe. I'm kind of in the middle.
I think there's a lot of that I just fully agree with. I mean, we just don't message to men, right? And I was like we don't message in a way that resonates to men. Like something that you kind of responded to.
Maybe a little bit for some things. If you center your whole thing around specifically being woke, yeah, people aren't probably gonna pay attention. But if you weave it in nicely, that it's not like obvious that you're trying to push this thing just to push this thing, I think it's fine.
That I've seen a lot is, well, the reason why Republican messaging resonates with men is because men want bad things, right? It's like men want to have sex and like own women, right? Like they want to dominate everybody. And Republicans say, you get to do that. And then Democrats can't say that. So we just lost men. It's over, right? Like, what are you talking about? Like a lot of times it will be men that are liberals who will like agree with that shit. I'm like, dude, what are you like? What is going on? Like there's a lot of men that don't think that way, obviously. And it's just such a negative view to take on like half of the human race.
Well,
yeah, it's harmful and it pushes them away, obviously, because if you're talking to like a whole group of people and you're saying like you're just inherently shitty because you're a fucking man, they're not gonna want to fucking listen to you. You know, like it's obvious, and I don't know why we didn't, why Democrats didn't really see that before, or they did. I think more moderate Democrats really weren't like that, right? We sort of had the far progressive left, or the far lefties now, which has kind of moved further from the more moderate left over the last 10 or so years, who have been going really, really hard on this shit, and that's kind of where a lot of that came out of. But it's time for us to start paying attention to men too. Not to say we shouldn't pay attention to everybody else. We should be able to address everybody's problems. This is America. We can address everybody's problems. This is the most powerful, richest country in the world. We can take care of everybody.
I also think it's just so abundantly clear that the people who say these things don't actually spend time talking to young men. You know this because...
Yeah, it's really fucking tragic. It is a little irrelevant, but it was really sad.
We know each other in real life, but I spend a lot of time on college campuses, and I spend a lot of time with
young men.
I love young men. I love frat guys, and in that I realized like even the ones that identify as conservative are almost always pro-choice. They're almost always pro-gay marriage. You'd be surprised at the number of them who support Black Lives Matter. And so I feel like people just kind of lump them into...
A lot of them, they started supporting Black Lives Matter. And then this is one of the things that I talk about when it comes to like how those protests went. They started out really supporting Black Lives Matter. They were like, okay, we do see a lot of like police violence. We do want to do something about making the police better. And then they started getting out of control, burning down places. There were all these people who were being extra fucking militant, and all these people who would have otherwise supported the movement suddenly decided, no, we can't be a part of this, because obviously you don't want to be a part of that. That's fucking ridiculous. If there's anything I always fucking say, and you guys know, I always fucking say, we have got to expel the far left from the Democratic Party. If we want to move forward as a viable party, we need to get rid of those fucking crazies. We need to push them away. Get rid of them. Let your microaggressions fly.
This box, when the truth is, again...
Yeah, same neighbor Rooney. You know my buddy Daniel, MAGA Daniel, who comes on a lot, right? I talk to him about this a lot. My MAGA Trump buddy, my IRL friend. I talk to him about this all the time. We talk about, when we talk about like January 6th, because of course we can't talk about January 6th without talking about BLM. And we go into it, and he's like, yeah, I was definitely on board with BLM. The police brutality is an awful thing, and it's something that we need to address. We need to reform our police system some way. I don't know what that looks like, but there's something that we need to do. But like the moment they started burning, businesses and attacking people and people were dying, I couldn't support that shit anymore. Like, how could I support that? And I get it. Why I couldn't support that, right? That was fucking awful. And then everybody's like, you know, giving like, whenever like someone challenges them on it, right? All you get from them is like, riots are the voice of the unheard from MLK. They just give you like a bullshit quote from like a historical figure as if to like wipe it away and be like, see it's okay because MLK said it, without even knowing like any of the context or anything. Lockdowns happened, they were like, the tyranny, and then 3 months later had black squares in their Facebook profile picture. Oh, the hypocrisy. The hypocrisy.
With us on the issues. They're just not part of our coalition because they feel like they're not welcomed in it.
Oh, you were in Minneapolis when the I was in LA. I had neighbors who were like, we're going to the thing, you got to come with us. And they were like super, super hardcore ACAB, right? And I really just didn't want to get into it because I knew the girl was just going to fucking yell at me. She was like one of those girls who was like, you disagree with her. She'd be like, are you kidding me? Like, this is important to me and my family, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, I just didn't want to go. So I was like, you know, I'm just going to stay home. I don't want to get COVID, blah, 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 blah. And I also just didn't want to get caught up in all of that, dude. I didn't want to get caught up in all of that shit. God forbid I end up like on video on something and it gets up to like my mom. She'd kill me. She'd kill me.
They're not talked to, right? And yeah, they're not welcome. That's true. Like, there's a lot of times where it's like being like masculine characteristics or seem like they're frowned upon, and they're kind of welcomed and championed by the Republican Party. And like masculine characteristics are not characteristics that are intrinsically bad, right? And I think that some Democrats have presented it that way. Now, obviously,
or there's like levels,
but
right?
It's like this perception that a lot of guys have had.
Just don't want to get out of control with certain things.
Good messaging is messaging that resonates with people's actual anxieties and lived experience, right? And so, yeah, like the Whatever podcast can resonate with men that are like incels or like struggling with women, right? Because a girl was mean to them or whatever, and they're able to project.
Hot take: these folks are not going to come up with a viable strategy. Who? These guys who are talking right here? I'll probably agree with you on that. To get men back, I'll probably agree with you on that. My guess is they're going to spend more of their time saying, sort of pointing out like what we're doing wrong, which is fine. Like, you need that, right? You need people to be like, hey, we're kind of fucking up on this. I don't know who's going to be the one to like come up with a viable strategy. But I feel like the viable strategy is just like treat them like fucking normal people. Like, treat them with the same respect you give to everybody else. And if they're being fucking antisocial retards, right, teach them how to be social retards. Aren't they pitiful? We need to pay them more attention.
Upon like those women which come on and like look really dumb, they're able to say like, yeah, all women are like this. I feel better about myself. But there's all these other things that resonate probably more, which is like, man, shit's expensive, right? Like, man, I don't feel supported, right? Like, I don't feel like there's anywhere for me to go, right? I feel like if something bad happens to me, no one's there to support me. That's the thing that a lot of men deal with, because men are a lot of times kind of put in the box of supporting other people, so no one's there to support them.
The Republic does have other problems. Yeah, it does.
Themselves.
Yep.
And it's like, those are things that we can absolutely talk to. Actually, we could probably speak to better than the Republican Party.
Yeah, I think speaking to that is also understanding the mentality that they're coming from too. So another example is when you look at the polling of what are the issues that are the most important to young men, one of the top issues consistently is immigration. If you actually talk to a young guy about how he feels about immigration. Am I allowed to cuss on this?
Yeah, of course.
No, I wasn't really referring as much to that. I was referring more about like what the current guy is kind of doing as a result of it. But you know, a lot of it's complex as to how that happened. These are some of the issues that led to that happening, right? A lot of these guys used to be Democrats, obviously. And then they ended up going to the Republican Party because they felt sort of abandoned by them. Which is something I kind of understand as a Jewish person, right? I've felt a little abandoned by the left. Not by Biden. Not by our God Emperor of Dune, Duke Leto II, Joseph Robinette Biden. No. But by the loudest voices in the Democratic Party. A progressive feminist saying, hey, progressives, let's care about men now, too, and stop shitting on them to her peers and getting public attention is a pretty big deal. IMO, practically unheard of in Trump 1.0. Is she a progressive? Because, like, I don't know her other politics, but this does not sound like a progressive. So good for her.
Give a shit. They don't give a shit about immigration. It's this idea of scarcity and competition of, if you're a young man in America, you are expected to go to college or go to a trade school, get a certification, get a degree. Then you're expected to get a high-paying job. And then once you get your high-paying job, you're expected to find your wife and to buy a house and to have kids and to do all of these things. And if you don't do that, then you're a failure because you are the man and you are the provider. And if you can't provide, then you're not actually a man. And so the Republicans specifically, they set this expectation and then they make it almost impossible for young men to actually do those things, whether it's through not raising minimum wage, whether it's through the price of tuition going up, all these different things. And so...
Uh-oh, neighbor Rudy, she mentioned the minimum wage. Oh, no.
What ends up happening is you have these young guys, they're working every single day. They're working on oil rigs, they're working at Amazon warehouses, maybe they work a 9-to-5 job. They're working every single day and they're still not getting ahead. So then we force young men to make this decision of either you can blame yourself or you can blame others. And if you're a young guy and you're working 8 to 12 hours a day, if you're paying all your bills, you're doing everything you can,
a soup kitchen
and you're still not getting
for
ahead.
nice dates, so like poor dudes can like take a girl out to a date. Yeah, but then, you know, they're gonna be like, well, these girls will be like, I know you're taking me soup kitchen because you're broke, which is stupid. Like, this is the worst part about it too. It's like social media culture has created this image that like everybody is this certain way, right? Like the men who get the women are the men who like have the cars and the money and all this shit. And that the women won't want to get with you if you're some poor broke ass loser. But that's actually not even true, dude. Poor broke ass losers get laid. And the reason they get laid is because of their personality. You don't have to be like rich or even like well off to get puss. You just don't. You can crush puss. As a poor motherfucker, you can do it. You just gotta be a chill dude. And not be like too off the handle. Like, it's not that hard to start a relationship with somebody. It's not like this impossible thing. You just gotta be kind of chill, right? Interesting enough. Maybe brush up on things that are interesting so you're not a boring fucking loser fuck. You need to be able to listen and have conversations. And if you do that pretty well, you'll do okay. It is the thought that counts, neighbor Rooney. Actually, though, it is the thought that counts. At least to, like, well-adjusted, normal people, it's the thought that counts. If somebody doesn't think it's the thought that counts, that's not somebody you want to be dating anyway.
Why do we expect them to think that they're the problem? They're doing everything that they've been told to do their entire life. And so that kind of little nagging, insecure voice in the back of the head, that's where Republicans really push through that ideology and get to young men, is because then they can convince them, well, this is the person whose fault it is. It's not your fault that you can't get ahead in America. It's the immigrants who are coming here. It's their fault because they're taking your high-paying jobs.
Right. And this hits on something that's so true. It's not that people are intrinsically prejudiced against immigrants. I mean, certainly some people are, but most people are not. The critical mass of Americans that say they care about immigration are not. It's that Republicans have made immigration an economic issue. They made it an everything issue. I mean, they point to immigrants.
Which is weird, too, because the data is very clear that immigrants, both legal and illegal, are actually a very positive influence on the economy on multiple sides. If we're talking about illegal immigrants, not only do they provide low-cost labor, but they pay a shit ton of money into taxes, and they don't take any benefits. And then legal immigrants, well, we already know the stats because it's so hard to get into the country. Legal immigrants generally have high-paying, good jobs. They're well-educated, and they contribute a lot to the GDP. Uh-oh. How? How? I don't know. Was it the hammer and sickle? I don't know. That was weird. Why did you get auto-modded? That's dumb. Can I undo that? It says hate. Wait, is it comrade? Try comrade. Or American pig. Try American pig. There it is. So stupid. How soy is that? Kick, why are you being so soy? Jesus Christ.
Better watch your microaggressions, bro.
These are the people that are taking away your livelihood, the safety of your family, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
That's fair. I feel so tired. I think we all want fine dining to be nationalized.
And like, that's a lie. It's a vicious lie, but it's a lie that you can perhaps understand people believing if they have no other explanations offered to them. And I think there's something else about this that's really insightful. It's men are looking for an explanation about why things kind of suck in their lives, right? And so if you look at a lot of the content that men like watch, well, some of it's, this right-wing content. A lot of it's like self-help stuff, right? Like
I feel like Democrats, they need to kind of go on the attack and look at all of those groups of people and be like, do what the Republicans do. You want to know why your fucking life sucks? Because of Trump and the Republicans. You got to take the attack stance. Stop trying to look, there's a place for the policy discussions, and we should have those discussions. But right now, we're dealing with an electorate that loves slop. Sometimes you got to give them slop. And maybe that means a little bit of Joe Biden going, oh, hey, Jack, that guy's a piece of shit. And he's the reason why nobody wants to suck on your peen. We need a little bit more of that energy. That's why I like Jasmine Crockett, right? We have space for Jasmine Crockett's and we have space for Pete Buttigieg's. And we kind of need them both right now. The working class should not identify with the elite. This is a weird thing to me. We should not identify with the elite. They're different groups for different reasons. They have different issues, different problems. The Democrats need to recognize that instead of pretending that they do identify with them. And they need to be honest because it comes off as disingenuous.
the most in the self-help. It's
populism is such cancer. It's cancer.
What does the self-help say? It's your mind. It's your thought process. That's the reason why things suck, right? And it's not that people are even always eager to blame someone else. They're just eager to have an explanation.
In a technocratic sense. I would just like to see, I think what people want is they want Democrats to just, like Trump is Trump, right? While he's like, I care about the working man, he doesn't pretend like he's some blue-collar dude, right? He doesn't pretend that. Whereas, like, Kamala is trying to play off like, I'm just like one of you! And, like, it just didn't land, you know? Tim Walz could have done that. Like, he was okay with that. But, like, we should stop pretending. And we should just have them be like, look, I can't understand the problems you go with through day to day in the way that you do, right? Because I don't experience them. But I see that you have them. And I see that you deal with them. And I want to help you solve those problems. So I'm not going to stand up here and say, I feel your pain. Because truthfully, I don't. But what I will say is that I recognize your pain, and I see your pain, and I pledge to do something about it. That's the kind of messaging that they need to be doing, because it just comes off as disingenuous otherwise. Donald Trump does that in like a fucking crazy way that he does it, but that is essentially what he does. Yeah, neighbor Ernie. You really like her, man. You got a little politics crush on her. They were able to make the vaccine people look like Nazis who wanted to call them. I know! How crazy is that? Vaccines. The shit that stopped way more people from dying. Deaths per capita post-vaccine distribution were like 99% unvaccinated people. Some crazy statistic like that.
Solution to the suffering they're facing in their lives.
I had a really in-depth conversation a few weeks ago with some other content creators where I was talking about the messaging that the Democratic Party uses so often, and we talk about the diversity, equity, inclusion, DEI, and I think where we've kind of fallen into this trap is we have made the party exclusive by trying to make it inclusive. And what I mean by that is every room we walk into, the messaging that we're using is different. Every single one of them. And I think that that's the wrong way to go about it. I think we should have one specific, this is the message we use on this issue. Because people are going to interpret that message.
I mean, that's not even revolutionary. That's just fucking basic political strategy. And also one of the reasons the Democrats have such a problem right now is because we have like two major factions of the party. We have like a normal, reasonable group who want to do things the right way and have smart policy discussions. And then we have a bunch of fucking foaming at the mouth, raving fucking lunatics who, if you don't do everything they say, will throw a massive tantrum and send the country spiraling into oblivion by not voting.
However they want to interpret it. Everyone has their own form of cultural competency. So, and I think what Trump in particular is they kind of just say the same thing over and over again. And then if they ever change their opinion on it, they just say it with so much confidence that it's hard to convince people that that's not what they meant.
Believe
so
that.
for us, I think
believe that.
We should just be saying the same thing about
everyone doesn't what?
The same issue over and over and over again, and let the voters decide what it means through their own cultural lens instead of telling them specifically what we mean every single time.
Have cultural competency. Yeah. Some people need to learn it. But that's okay. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, if you don't inherently understand social cues and cultural competency, it's okay to have to learn it, right? Like, that's fine. That's normal. Get help. It's okay to ask for help. It's okay to get therapy. It's okay to, learn how to integrate with the rest of society in a functional manner. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right. The issue with pandering is it looks like you're pandering.
Yeah.
You don't seem genuine whenever you're saying something different in two different rooms with different demographics in them. Even if you are being genuine, but sometimes it's just not, right? Like the Kamala Harris's agenda for black men. I don't think that really went anywhere because it just seems so kind of contrived. It seems so
and also and this is the same thing. It's the same thing that Hillary Clinton did, where you'll have people on the right throw out these claims of well, what are you doing for this group? And we'll have these long-winded explanations with these details and these figures, and then we can go out and talk about it so we're blue in the face, but at that point the conversation's already moved on because they didn't actually care about the answer. They cared about how they felt about the answer. And so I feel like we just get into these specifics so frequently that frankly people just...
This is how we know that I have ADHD. For literally no reason at all. Not even anything here that brought me there. 500 Miles, the song, just started playing in my head. No reason at all. Just out of nowhere.
don't care.
The proclaimers, not the yeah. Exactly.
But we need simple ideas that you articulate all the time, right? It's like, for instance, build more housing, right? And somebody says, well, how does that benefit this group? It's like, well, do you live in housing? Like, there's some big economic issues that hit everybody. Affordability is one of the most central ones. And that's something that we should champion. And the good news is it helps everyone, right? It's not just good policy all the time, but it's also like, we don't need to have different messages for different groups, in large part because there isn't different policy solutions for different groups. Like targeted policies are usually ones that are kind of watered down, right? They're kind of less, like increasing funding for specific grant programs for certain races of businesses. I mean, that's great and all, and we've had that for a long time, but that's not going to fix the big economic inequality and opportunity issues we have in this country. The only thing that could do that is dramatic investments, is a huge expansion of the social support system, et cetera, et cetera. And that's the kind of stuff that we should probably focus on talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You look at things like, the healthcare plan, or, homeowners, like first time loans up to this amount or this percentage. I need Democrats to start talking like, well, what's your healthcare policy? My healthcare policy is healthcare should be good and cheap.
Right. Because Trump does. He doesn't explain like, I'm going to do price transparency, like a price statute, and I'm going to expand the premium tax credit, whatever. Like,
no.
Republicans never say the word tax credit. Why do we say the word tax credit all the time?
I think it's because like we're still operating in this like fallout of Reagan, Bill Clinton mentality. But the difference is that most Democrats don't have the charisma that Bill Clinton had. And so broken. Instead of leaning on the charisma, they lean on the details. And I just don't think it translates the same way. We just come off as a bunch of dorks. Like that's just the truth. We just come off as a bunch of dorks.
Right.
Nobody wants to listen to a dork.
I think voters like people they think are smart, but they don't like people that they don't understand, right? They want to feel like they understand what you're saying and it's smart, not just like, I don't understand what they're saying, therefore they're smart, right? And they also like simple solutions, right? Like we don't need to talk about each detail of each healthcare policy. We can just say, like you said, what we're going to do, right? And you can tell people the basic details about how you're going to do it, but you don't need to really get in the weeds. And you also don't need to talk about 20 things at once. I think that's part of the issue with the Democratic coalition. The Republican coalition is like, we want border security, tax cuts, whatever. There's like 5 things that they actually care about. And then there's minor things. And for the Democrats, it's like, well, we're really diverse, actually. We want a lot of different things, but we need to learn to prioritize, because not every issue deserves to be brought into the spotlight just for any reason. Whenever you go to a door as a Democrat and you knock on the door to talk to a voter about the things that your party supports, they should already know what those.
Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. my God, so much better. Okay.
Things are. If they don't, that means that you're not doing a good job messaging. If you go to somebody and you ask them, what does Trump support? They're going to be able to list at least 2 things, probably. They can't list anything for Kamala Harris. $30,000 home buyer tax credit, whatever. No, there's 0% chance they can list anything because there's just so many ideas and they're all so contrived.
Well, no, that's not true. They'll say that she supports sex changes for transgender illegal aliens in prison.
Transgender mice. They're turning the mice transgender. They're transgendering the mice, quite frankly.
A center of her platform, yes.
It was a central part of her platform. Yeah, I mean, it's just the same thing over and over again. It's kind of like, guys, what are we doing here? I think of it as America, or voters in general, when they're deciding who they want to vote for, they want a mom and they want a dad. Not to be homophobic, because there can be, same-sex parents here. But they want a mom and a dad. They want someone who, in times of uncertainty, can bring them comfort and can make them feel like there's someone there for them. And then they also want someone who's going to be stern, who's going to have their back, and who's going to say the tough things that need to be said. And I feel like we try to offer voters comfort, but instead of coming across as like mom or dad, we kind of come across as like the aunt who you kind of don't like her, but she gets you really good Christmas.
Or like the scolding teacher. I feel like that's the vibe. That especially like the far lefty Dems come off as like the scolding teacher.
Present. So like every once in a while you'll go visit. Like I feel like that's kind of how we come across as like, well, I don't really trust the Democrats and I don't really like them that much, but the Affordable Care Act was cool. And like that's kind of the extent of it. Is how people feel about us most of the time.
Well, yeah. Well, that's the family theory of partisan politics in the United States.
Okay, she was all right. All right, let's get into some shit, and then we'll watch some stuff, and then we'll see how the night goes. So I don't know, have you guys been following the latest Gaza ceasefire back and forth? Cool. So Hamas is being really fucking frustrating again. So last week, I think it was, Witkoff sent them a ceasefire proposal. And then Hamas did that really fucking frustrating thing that they do when they say, yeah, the aid deliveries are a little wild, but they're trying to get them in. And Hamas, what they do, and they've done this before, mind you, multiple times. And so I don't know why the pro-Pally people still don't realize this when it happens, but they took the ceasefire proposal, rejected that, but not publicly, sent their own ceasefire proposal back that they knew Israel could never accept, and then announced to the world that they had accepted their own ceasefire proposal. But they don't say their own ceasefire proposal. They say, we've accepted the ceasefire proposal. Right? It's dirty shit, and exactly the kind of fucking shit that Hamas does, because they're so full of shit. Anyway, Witkoff sent a new proposal that this time Israel agreed to, as stated, with Witkoff. And Hamas says it's rejecting it. So there we go. Because this is how it goes with them. Because they do that stupid bullshit. So then they finally get sent a good ceasefire proposal, and they reject that, right? They're super full of shit. It's really fucking frustrating, and this is exactly why Israel keeps doing it. Now, mind you, the aid shit is fucking crazy. I obviously, we don't want Hamas to get aid, but, at some point, you just have to, take the L on that and give the aid in anyway. Even though Israel's, the only fucking country ever to provide aid to its enemy. I know, but, they're also blockading them, so we're not going to go down that road. But yeah, here we are. Once again, Hamas, as their citizens keep dying, as they have clearly lost, there's no chance for them to win, still will not surrender and give it up because they want more Palestinian civilians to die. Because the more Palestinian civilians die, the more they can cry to the world and play the victim, even though they were the ones who started this whole thing in the first place. Anyway, yeah, this is doing the rounds with conservatives. It's basically just haha woke fatty trying to appeal to young men. I just think it's good to see progressives talking like this because I feel like it's mostly been the moderate wing doing so it must be breaking through, and I think that has conservatives concerned. Yeah. They stop being warriors, then they go back to being felahim. Yeah, well. It's not going to end well if they don't figure it out. But, you know, these brave Gazan citizens who keep protesting them, I hope they continue to do so. And I hope the lefties actually recognize that that's what's happening, because they don't want to. And by the way, this is the funniest shit I've seen. Whenever I've seen, like, on Threads or whatever, where somebody says, like, hey, do you not see all of these, like, protesters coming out against Hamas in Palestine? They literally go, show me that they're protesting against Hamas. Show me that they're protesting. I don't know they're protesting against Hamas. And it's like, show a video of them protesting anti-Hamas slogans and stuff. And they're like, I don't speak Arabic. It's just Hasbara. It's just Hasbara. I have noticed Hasbara is the call of the pro-Palestinian supporter when they don't have an argument anymore. Like when they have no other argument to come back with. They just say, I'm not falling for your Hasbara. So like, I don't even get annoyed by it anymore. I just laugh. Because at this point, you've basically just told me that you don't have an argument here. Hasbara is Israeli propaganda, essentially. It's the program, or like how Israel, you know, pays for its, like, you know, media and shit. Didn't they make the Bop It? Hasbro. Oh, God. But that's what Hasbara is. So whenever they don't have any argument anymore, they just say, Hasbara, which it's like, they're saying like, that's propaganda and I won't believe it. Which it's like, okay, great. You've basically told me you don't actually have a response to that. And you're just saying lies, right? So I laugh now. I laugh because clearly they don't have anything to come back with. Anyway, that's where we are with this. What a fucking surprise. Hamas rejected the deal. And before that, Hamas rejected the deal and then accepted their own deal while telling the world that was the deal. So that when Israel rejected their obvious deal that they would never accept, they could try to make it look like Israel was rejecting the reasonable deal that they agreed to. They do this over and over again. They've done this like 5 or 6 times now. It's fucking crazy. And every single time, the far lefties on the internet still go, see, Israel didn't want to help us. Israel didn't want to help the war. It's like, bro, you're not actually paying attention to any of this. You're not actually paying attention to any of this. Stop trusting anything from Palestine when they made a big deal over whether a salad was an Israeli salad or a Palestinian salad. Yeah, who the fuck cares, bro, about the fucking salad, dude? Plus, every Israeli, like I've seen, where like someone asks them, like, where's falafel from? They say, I don't know, probably like an Arab country. And yet they all screech, you took it for yourselves. They're in the Middle East. They eat Middle Eastern food. They like falafel. That's not them saying they invented falafel. Ugh. Stupid. All right, next thing. So yeah, I mean, we're kind of reviewing shit here. Markets back in turmoil again because we had a stay on the tariffs, right? Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about this. So, you know, Trump is touting the tariff stay, and the administration is touting the tariff stay as like a win. And I don't really, well, I understand why, but they shouldn't be, because this is literally just a procedural thing, right? Like, we've seen this happen with other orders. You get a stay while they do the case on the merits, and then they make an actual ruling. The stay had nothing to do with the merits. It's just to keep the status quo until they can actually rule on it. And apparently, this appeals court is made up of mostly Reagan, Clinton, Bush, and Obama appointees. And there's like maybe one Trump person on it. So I don't know why they feel so confident. I feel pretty strongly they're going to uphold that ruling. I don't know what other levers they're going to pull, Neighboruni. That was the act that they used for all of them. No? What were the other acts they used? Can you give me an example? Because they literally paused all of the tariffs in the ruling from the U.S. Court of International Trade, including Mexico and Canada and China. My understanding was that all of the tariffs were done under the guise of an emergency, with Mexico, Canada, and China being fentanyl, and with all of the other ones being an economic emergency with some mumbo-jumbo about trade deficits. And then the court said, no, that's obviously retarded. Hang on. All right, let's see. Auto, steel, and aluminum. Why? (232) Trade Expansion Act of 1962. Section 232. Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act of 1962 authorizes the President of the United States to adjust the imports of goods or services based on a determination of threat to national security. So that must be being challenged as well. Oh, interesting. Unchallenged. But why? I feel, what are they citing as a national emergency? Because 232 says there has to be a national emergency. I don't. Or national security. I think they're focused on the 77 law because obviously that's the largest one, but I don't understand why they're not challenging the 62 law. Because I think they need to justify that this is a national emergency. I'm talking about 62. Mm. Grants the office of the United States Trade Representative. Right. But aren't the other ones being challenged? I don't understand why. Why didn't they go with 301 of 1974? That seems like more in line with the argument that they're making anyway. I guess it's because they have to do an investigation first in order to do it. No, it seems like they have to, like, do an investigation and, like, publish the results, I guess. And if they do that, they're going to find out that no, they can't. Because the whole point is relief from unfair trade practices. And if they do an investigation from the office into unfair trade practices, it's going to show that they aren't unfair trade practices. Huh. Well, we'll see. Yeah, the China shit not going the way he wants to. Not going the way he wants it to at all. No, I know. I'm saying why aren't, like, there's more than one lawyer in the United States. Why aren't they challenging the other ones is what I'm saying. Well, I haven't seen anything about it yet. I couldn't find anything, but admittedly, I didn't look too hard. But I think the appeals court here is going to uphold the block. It doesn't look like a court that's going to be very friendly to him. Nope. They did not impose any tariffs using 232. They adjusted tariffs for EU countries regarding steel and aluminum imports, setting a tariff rate quota, which is entirely different. And also not blanket, but targeted. They didn't impose tariffs on neodymium iron boron permanent magnets. Recommended actions to develop and promote a U.S. and ally-driven supply chain for them instead. So I don't think they used, it doesn't appear that they use them in similar ways. Of course, yeah. The issues are along the supply chain. Because the problem with this is, like, no matter what step you go to, let's say we get manufacturing here, you're still going to have to pay extra for raw materials, which is either going to mean less raw materials coming in or the same amount of raw materials coming in at a higher price. All right. Anyway, here's a big one. Uh-oh. See, I didn't want to talk about this because it was all just speculation at one point. We knew this, right? But, like, we didn't know this. We thought this, but we didn't know this. And now it's coming out that, like, yeah, this is probably what was happening. But it's not just ketamine. So frequently it caused bladder problems. 20 pills a day. This is insane. Regularly consumed K, ecstasy, and shrooms. And this is crazy because Trump is like a super anti-drug person. Not like in the law necessarily, but like he doesn't even drink. Yeah, he must have been high out of his mind when he did the fucking Nazi thing. I am become meme. He is like chill in his own way, but he's just got like a lot of nervous energy. So it remains unclear whether he was under the influence during his time at the White House. But, like, the assumption is yes, right? Because if he's been using it that frequently, it probably follows that he likely was. Yeah, right? Like Joe Rogan. You gotta do DMT, man. You ever done DMT? Have you ever done DMT? Is that a typo? Yeah, yeah. Is that a typo? Yeah, yeah. Oh, no, buddy. My hands are tied. There's nothing I can do about it at this point. This is, this is congressional law. If I don't follow it, I'll be indicted. I'm sorry, bud. It's out of my hands. Everybody in SV. Rip Elon owns me. I'm going to South Africa. Wait. Oh, Silicon Valley. Yeah, true. True. Very true. Blow hat. Huh? Oh, oh, it's an I. Yeah. $40 a week instead of 80. Good. Yeah, because like all I've ever heard from people I know who work like in the actual trenches at like Tesla or SpaceX all say they get so much more done when he's not around. No, it's mainstream now. I feel so tired. And in my opinion, once you're past a certain age, it's kind of time to put down the psychedelics. Like, do the psychedelics in, like, your 20s. Get what you want out of it. Take it with you. And then live the rest of your life. Once you're, like, past 30, like, it's time to grow up a little bit. I live in LA, neighbor Rooney. Everybody does or has done psychedelics here. When you hit hospice, you just hit the fence. Nice. Take 10 grams of shrooms as an eye opener before every workday. Don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's LA. And like, you know, occasionally when there's like a big party with like a shit ton of my friends, we'll all have like a crazy time. But that's like every once in a long while, right? Like, it's not like I'm in my early or mid 20s where I could just go hard all the time. I don't need that shit. I have things to worry about, okay? Like, I don't have the brain for like doing hard drugs all the time anymore. All right. This is fucking crazy.
Yes, and you stated again that as written.
What the fuck? Bro, why does Brave browser let me
And
down?
yes, and you stated again that as written, and
Brave browser lets me down when it comes to watching
it will
video.
change. The bill will
I don't know why.
be changing. There are going to be some things that we do.
Now I have to watch a fucking ad.
Have you seen this? It's absolutely insane. Look at the presentation on what's inside this can. All other canned tuna.
Right? This shit is diabolical. This shit is disgusting. This is gross. And I hope everybody watches this. I mean, I have a potato. Neighbor Rooney. That's all I can say. I have a potato PC, you know. So, you know, subscribe to your boy so he can end up buying a better computer.
And yes, and you stated again that as written, and it will change. The bill will be changing. There are going to be some things that we do agree on with the House, though, and you mentioned things like the Medicaid and how some people currently on Medicaid.
I have a lot of like open windows with like video in them as well, because I have like shit queued up. That might have something to do with it. And then I have like, my stream up on one of them as well, so it's probably the simultaneous video streams that's fucking with it a little bit.
Not be able to receive Medicaid. That's because they're not currently eligible by the original definition of Medicaid, and they will be moved off.
Yeah, but the definition of being eligible for Medicaid has changed. That's what it was. That's what the ACA was. We changed that. That doesn't mean we need to go backwards. People support that.
Of those Medicaid rolls. Again, still allowing those that are truly eligible for Medicaid to remain on those.
Literally moving backwards away, even further away from a universal solution, even though, 75% of Americans support expanding Medicaid?
Rolls. When it comes to SNAP, and believe me, I've focused on this issue, the states have been making overpayments when it comes to SNAP, and this is an issue that has been recognized by both.
Yeah, people are certainly buying too much food. They're buying too much food. We need to stop it. It's too much food they're buying.
Both Democrats and Republicans. So this is an area that I worked with Debbie Stabenow, who was the Democratic chair of the Ag Committee, to correct. We did not get the Farm Bill done during her tenure as chair, and so this is something that we do hope to correct in the reconciliation bill. So that's SNAP as it stands now. That again has been agreed upon by both Democrats and Republicans in the past. So when we're talking about the corrections in this...
Why do we keep talking about the past? The landscape about things has changed. The way we look at things changes over time. Pointing to the past and things that we've agreed upon in the past doesn't necessarily mean anything now. I don't know why she says that.
Reconciliation bill. Again, it's corrections of overpayments and people that have not been eligible for these programs by law as it is currently written. So when you are arguing about illegals that are receiving Medicaid benefits, 1.4 million.
They're not. There's no evidence supporting that illegal immigrants are receiving SNAP or Medicaid benefits.
1.4, they are not eligible, so they will be coming off.
There are separate programs for providing some benefits to some illegal immigrants in certain situations. Mostly we're talking about asylum seekers, which are legal, by the way.
People are not, well, we all are going to die. So, for heaven's sake.
I hope that gets played everywhere. They need to understand. They need to understand what their representatives are saying. This is disgusting. This is actually disgusting. And I'm not one of those fucking people who's usually like, oh, clutch my pearls. This is gross. This is actually gross. What a disgusting fucking thing to say for somebody who does not have to worry about feeding herself or her family. And they say Democrats are out of touch. Unfucking believable. I need to take that back again.
1.4, they are not eligible, so they will be coming off. So people are not, well, we all are going to die. So,
what made her, like, what in her fucking, education deprived retard fucking brain made her think that was a good idea to say? Like, what in her head was like, oh yeah, that's what I should say right now? Oh, we'll check him out in a second. I feel so tired. We'll just finish it out.
For heaven's sakes, folks. Okay, no, but what you don't want to do is listen to me when I say that we are going to focus on those that are most vulnerable. Those that meet the eligibility requirements for Medicaid, we will protect. We will protect them.
Maybe we don't trust you. Maybe we don't trust you to decide who is and isn't eligible. Maybe we don't fucking trust you.
Medicaid is extremely important here in the state of Iowa. If you don't want to listen, that's fine.
After making this national I found with
Yeah. I want to see, is there anyone defending her? Yep. Yep. Let's see. I want to see a MAGA defending this. I don't think so. Maybe if I take down the shields. Ugh. I don't know. We'll see in a second. I'll try it with this next video. She is an evil woman. She's awful. How awful? So far, nobody. Mm. This is stupid. This is just like anecdotal examples. This really is a let them eat cake moment. Oh. There it is. People didn't listen to what she said. All they heard was there will be cuts in Medicaid. She also said there are those who are on it and who don't qualify for it. You say you want everyone covered for everything, and then you complain about the cost for it. No, you won't, because Medicaid is still cheaper than private insurance. Yeah, because those who are on it who don't qualify for it obviously still need it. We should be expanding qualifications for Medicaid. That's why they don't care that she said that, because we should be expanding Medicaid, not shrinking it. You fucking robot. Thanks, Biden? This has got to be a bot. That's it for the comments. Oh, Cosmic! Hey, bud! All right. I think I heard there's some outrageous shit in this, so. Oh my god, look at that first comment. Holy shit. This is the biggest problem, is that Americans don't understand their own government and how it works. Oh my god. They're literally proving exactly the opposite. These are bots. These are definitely bots. Look at these usernames. These are absolutely bots. It's very clear that it should be expanded, Cosmic. This is not a thing where the economic impact is important. We need to spend the money on this. Like, even conservatives in other countries, for example, they agree with universal health care, even though it costs more money in taxes, because it's their duty as a citizenship. Why are you in the comment section? There's nothing good in there. Because sometimes I just do shit, Cosmic. Sometimes I just do shit. Thanks, Biden. You didn't consolidate power in the executive and use it to your opposition. No, what we should be doing is we should be ending these tax cuts and then using that revenue to keep expanding Medicaid. That's what we should be doing. Jesus Christ. This is a MAGA comment section. Oh my god. I don't know what I'm doing in here either. Market is better even in matters of healthcare. No. It literally is not. In no way, shape, or form. Nor should it be. Inelastic goods should never be privatized. Exactly. Oh. Wait. Oh, right. It was literally right in front of me. Cosmic, are you sure you don't like Trump? Because you sound like conservative as fuck sometimes.
Last night, the Trump administration faced another example of...
What is this audio? Okay, explain why the 5,000 whatever % rise in the cost of, what was it, insulin was justified? I do not want to nationalize gasoline. All right. So I would modify that to say then inelastic goods that are necessary or necessitated. I don't think gasoline is a necessity. You don't have to have gasoline. There are ways to get around without it. There are other ways that the price goes down to you, but there are ways to get around it. There should not be a healthcare market, Cosmic. Period. Or it should be very small. No, I think life is a right as guaranteed in the Constitution. So no matter the price, right? That's why hospitals have to treat people no matter what. Health is a public good. Sorry, Cosmic. I actually care if people fucking die. My bad. My bad. Then we should be feeding them. This is why SNAP exists. Yeah, we have the largest GDP in the world, but we don't tax anybody barely for anything. We're constantly funding new tax cuts. Our tax brackets are extremely low compared to the past. And there's a billion different fucking loopholes, so that there's so much revenue out there that just isn't collected. There absolutely is enough money for this. Yeah, that's why I said a smaller private, like the public option. I'm more for the public option, hence the Medicaid expansion. And there are other countries where healthcare isn't an issue, Cosmic. And there are other countries where healthcare isn't an issue, Cosmic. Sweden is a great example. And Sweden's great because they pair strong safety nets with a really free market. Yeah. I should have Steele come on sometime and talk about it. Because he and I have talked about it in length. I don't know a lot of the particulars of exactly how it works, but I do know it works well and it's well funded, and all sides of the political spectrum see it as a public good, and they all support paying taxes. Now, they have a much higher, they have much higher tax rates in Sweden as well, right? That's the thing, is we have to be prepared to pay more in taxes. But Americans scream their heads off the second anybody mentions raising taxes, which is dumb because it appears that we would pay less for healthcare if we paid for it with tax revenue. Yeah, Australia too. Australia's got great healthcare. And until COVID, the ACA Medicaid expansions were working pretty well. Yeah, technically the market was a private market, but it was heavily subsidized by the federal government. Well, a public option isn't managing the whole healthcare market, right? It's managing like a single option of it. Right. Medicaid contracted out and then they did federal subsidies. for the states that opted into the ACA expansion. Yes, it is. But it's supplemented. It's marketed. It's a market, but it's subsidized. I say for a public option, you don't need the free market. I think healthcare is something you should be able to, for a public option, control the pricing on, and then have private options as well. But then you can also have a private side of it, and then that would be a market. I get so triggered when you fucking do that without actually making an argument. You'd still have a free market. A public option doesn't mean you won't also have a free market. That's why it's a public option. Why add a middleman? That makes it more expensive, Cosmic. There are other middlemen involved in private insurance, Cosmic. It's not just the insurance company. Okay. Pharmacy benefit managers are like one of the most egregious examples. Yeah, that's how an insurance market works. But having the incentive of like an insurance pool is exactly why people get denied for care all of the time. I mean, you're still going to get denied for care for certain things in a public in like publicly provided care, but not the sorts of things that get denied for care at quite the same rate as they do with private insurance. Or it may just take longer for you to get taken care of in certain things. But at least you'll get taken care of for certain things that in a private market you're probably not. Because if you're just taking care of everybody in a private market, your insurance pool shrinks, you go out of business. You don't have that problem in a public option. And unrelated from a moral standpoint, people aren't fucking cars. I just don't like that. And that's not an argument. It's not an argument. But it just feels icky. Okay, you don't have to agree with it. It's the truth. That's literally how insurance pools work. That is not where I thought you were going with that. Goodness. What kind of car? If you were a car, chat. If you were a car, what kind of car do you think you would be? Geo Metro. Nice. I love it. I need more answers here, guys. I need more answers. What kind of car do you think you would be? A Volkswagen Beetle. Okay. .5 cylinders of pure power. Not even eco boosted. Yeah, neighbor Rooney, Casper? No car? You guys don't think you're a car? Or you don't have a car that you would be? How much of your property will you let someone destroy before you kill? Where did that question come from? Nice. ABAF. What? $5. This is yeah as a car. This seems like you would see this all over the streets of Japan. Is Casper having a stroke right now? Oh, I was saying the question was, if you were a car, what car would you be? Oscar Mayer Wienermobile. Good choice. There we go. This was Cartman's house for a minute. Nice. Nice. I remember this in Simpsons Hit and Run. Oh. My answer feels a lot more serious and honest. Now I feel like I'm not getting into the spirit of it. But this is my choice. It's a shame they stopped making them. absolute beauty of a car. I had one of these until some troubled youths stole it off the street in front of my sister's place, took it for a joyride, and totaled it. Who's it? What up, Daniel?
What's up, dude? How you doing?
Good. What's going on?
You know, just hopping on the games, playing some games. What you got going on?
Sweet. We're about to watch this Caroline Levitt press briefing, and I'm probably going to tear her a new one.
Okay, sounds cool.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I'm curious what your thoughts are on this. Did you hear Kash Patel and Dan Bongino coming out and saying there really is nothing new about Epstein?
Fucking hate it, dude. He seems like a traitor. And
I was wondering if you were finally gonna wake up and be like, maybe some of this conspiracy stuff is a little crazy, or if you were gonna double down. And I guess we're going for the double down.
Kash Patel already has his children being threatened to die, dude, because
oh no,
my God, how anyone could just say that? It just blows my mind. No, man, I don't trust the fucking any of it. Damn it, this
Neighbor Rooney asks, did you see Kash in the big chair?
Mm-mm.
What about Dan Bongino? Is he a traitor too?
Compromise.
Cosmic, look, don't worry. We're not going to be talking about Epstein the whole time. I was just wanting to know what Daniel thought.
Compromise. I don't trust nothing no more.
I'm not surprised, bro.
Such a shame. Such a shame. Yeah, dude. Like they'd ever tell us about this fucking insane. I mean, what would Ghislaine Maxwell get 60 years?
I will tell you right now. I promise you, if I ever get into the White House, I will personally tell you what the deal is with Epstein. Okay?
Oh, dude,
but that means you have to trust me that if I say there's nothing new, that there's nothing new.
Like
and
you
know
have
I'll
the
tell you the truth.
To find out.
No, I'm saying if I become the president one day.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah. Well, you'd vote for me.
I'll vote for you. Depending on who you're running against, I don't know.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay.
What if it's another friend of mine?
Well, okay.
What if I have two friends running for presidency?
Then I'll have to make a good case for it. Oh, by the way, listen to this new thing I got on the soundboard.
Cock-a-doodle-doo, folks. I'm Donald Trump.
I love it. Probably my favorite. Damn, dude, that sucks.
Patel's gonna do one thing wrong and get destroyed. I don't know how.
No, man,
dude,
it's bro.
Right now.
I mean, dude, it's insane. Like, how do we have so many insane stories surrounding the Epstein case and the Ghislaine Maxwell trials, from the person in the FedEx truck killing the judge's husbands to the guards, not even normal duty guards.
You remember when we looked at each one of those individual cases?
Man, tampering. Why did the guards get to tamper with the tapes? And then have that whole case dismissed, admittingly, and then what? The fucking guy who was on suicide watch?
They didn't. No, I don't think they said they were tampered with.
They did.
I think it was that.
Videotapes were tampered. And then we had another coroner.
No, it's that they weren't running.
It's that
they weren't running at the time, not that they were tampered with. Exactly, Cosmic. He was a twisted man who took advantage of vulnerable people, but it's pretty run-of-the-mill.
What vulnerable people? How come there's only one victim out of all of this? What children, dude? That's the really craziest part of it all as well. Is there's just no amounts of victims nor clients? Like, who are the clients that were taking advantage?
We've talked about this before. There were 4 victims who have publicly come out, and they said there's
Only
some...
about Epstein himself. That's the crazy part. It's like, what about the
Fuck
other
yeah, buddy.
individuals that were a part of this? Like, are you gonna tell me that the child trafficker was just taking it all for himself, and all the billionaires and all the individuals that are apparently in on all this? Man, I could just go
No,
on and
obviously,
on and on. Even when they arrested him.
No, hang on. Obviously, there were people there who did some fucked up shit that are not probably being held accountable for it. I don't know what the deal is with that. I don't know what the deal is with that. I don't have an answer for you with that.
And there's videotape evidence, they say, of a lot of this stuff. I mean,
well, that's what Pam Bondi said, but like, she's slow rolling shit. She's not, or she's just not doing anything. Yeah, but we didn't get to release any
of the Ghislaine
Do you
Maxwell
still trust Pam Bondi
themselves
after the Epstein stuff? Because it doesn't sound like she's releasing anything new.
They're not releasing anything new. I personally feel like they realize they bit off more than they can chew, and the devil is bigger in this world.
I used to have one,
and they understood. It's a shame, again? But there's nothing. Essentially, the CIA shall always conquer, bro. The devil, the Illuminati, the evils of the world, they're fucking the real winners.
And I think you're gonna like this one. You're gonna love this one. Trump is all over the flight logs, and they realize that we're gonna kill our own fucking dude.
There's a small piece of me that thinks like, shit, bro, did Trump have him killed?
Oh! I love this. I'm gonna pull this thread. Not tonight, but I'm gonna keep pulling at this thread. I like this.
Listen, dude, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, bro. They're all in on it. It's the one thing Trump and Clinton, all of them have in common. Gates,
Stephen Hawking with his computer voice.
Yeah, and his the midgets, the naked midgets that did math. I love how the only person they name drop too is dead. You know what I mean? And it's a fucking paraplegic or quadriplegic over here, full on vegetable.
Someone in chat thinks you're in on it.
Fucking crazy, dude.
It's
fucking crazy.
I know, but I saw that earlier.
They think you're in on it?
No, they think you're in on
it. And on what?
On the Epstein thing, but I mean they're obviously joking. They're fucking with you.
Okay. Jordan's the one with the political connects. He's the one that denies it.
Hey!
What?
Don't you put that shit on me, Ricky Bobby. Ugh. Not that kind of political connects, okay? I'm not in those echelons.
Dude, you 6 degrees of separation, bro.
That's you too, you know.
Closer to Clinton than... Yeah, I'm through you.
You realize 6 degrees of separation applies to everybody.
Listen, dude, you're like 2 degrees away. All right, I'm 3 through you.
I am like no, that's true. That's like, and I am 2 degrees away. Yeah.
Listen, ultimately, God damn it, you another shitty teammate. Nah, man, it's just shocking. Like, there's just so much flawed, like, I don't know, dude. There's so much corrupted evidence and material. It just feels so off. Everything about
that's right, Cosmic. It's don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. You're right.
Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Classic.
Yep. I just haven't watched the movie in a long time, Cosmic. Get off my back.
Yeah, Step Brothers. I'm just kidding.
Oh, God. I was about to be like, what? So I wanted to go back easy. So easy. We asked the question earlier, if you were a car, what car would you be? And that's why I have this, because this was my choice of Fiesta ST. Daniel is not a QAnon guy, I don't believe.
I know I've become more QAnon for sure.
You have? Oh. I hope not.
Nah, I mean, ever since I've known you, it depends, because there's levels.
Buddy,
to this shit,
watch a couple documentaries.
It depends on which one you want to call me.
Yeah, watch a couple documentaries on QAnon and where it came from, and you're never gonna believe in it again.
No, because ultimately, I know that.
Like, we know who it is. It's a bunch of bullshit. Dear Lord, baby Jesus, or as your brothers to the south call you, Jesus.
Dear Lord, baby Jesus.
Not everybody who's a QAnoner is the Epstein conspiracy person, and not every Epstein conspiracy person is a QAnoner.
Correct.
I do not
Just
think
like toads and
Daniel will
frogs.
ever be a flat earther. I don't think he's ever going to go that far.
I'm not even remotely.
Yeah.
That's the one where it's like the QAnon shit's too far for me for anyone that's a flat earther.
Yeah.
But I do believe in Pizzagate. That one's
know.
crazy, bro. The more and more you fucking research that, I mean, what was with all those coded emails?
No,
dude?
well,
like,
for me,
why were
the
they
more and more actually,
who's
the
paying,
more and more
who's
I
paying
research
fucking
it,
$5,000.
the more and more I research
pizza?
it, the more and more I think it's pretty retarded. But hey, look,
More
we
and
can
more
talk about that
the
another
more and more
time.
I wonder, why do the emails look like that, bro? Who codes emails like that? Like, there's clearly something. Who talks about getting cheese pizza capitalized for $5,000?
Man, you guys
it's a weird,
love your
emails are
laptops
crazy,
and
bro.
emails, don't you?
Bro, yeah. How do you think, man? Okay, I'll show you a couple documentaries that showed me the light before 2020, and
are they like legitimate documentaries or just like rando fucks
starts
on
with the dark
YouTube?
web. Nah, bro, no. It's on Hulu, and it was about like the first stings across the world of all the fucking like crazy child porn that's along the internet.
Yeah,
it was
but
actually
like,
done by
what
a
does that have
comedian
to
that
do
gave up his life because the
with this
shit that
fucking
it
pizza
like
restaurant?
uncovers. No, the pizza things. Yeah, well, it's the fact that you say you love your emails. It's because you negated me to talk about emails and websites, and you'd be surprised, bro, how many of these fucks are just floating around, just loose emails all over the place. Like, our politicians get caught up in that shit all the time, too.
It's just so weird to me that, like, we've constructed this view of the world where every single person... Hang on, let me finish.
And Anthony Weiner is a known child molester.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Where we've constructed this, like, view of the world where everybody who's even remotely connected to power is a pedo. It just seems like it's an excuse to just hate everybody who's in power. Yeah.
But the problem is when you have someone like Anthony Weiner and the Podestas, John and Tony Podesta, and they're literally a part of the DNC campaign for Clinton, and they're a part of those fucking...
Keep Anthony Weiner's name out your fucking mouth.
Why the fuck not, dude? He's a fucking creep and a pedo, dude. He's a weirdo.
Have you ever listened to him like talk about politics?
What about it?
He's actually had his head screwed on really well when it came to policy.
Cool, dude. He still had a bunch of child porn in his laptop, and then he had a Hillary Clinton
or
insurance file.
Or do you think maybe people tried to frame him in a particularly bad light because he was a rising star?
No, man. I think that's he's a part of some weird sick shit. And then on top of that, the fucking 9 of the 12 investigating officers are all dead now. What's the fuck's up with that?
Well, as Joni Ernst said, we're all gonna die.
Nah, man. They all died to like suicide. It's all part of the Clinton kill list.
They died of shame. I feel so tired.
Real thing.
I feel so tired. Says, why has the right gotten so conspiratorial in the last couple decades? This used to be exclusively
about
John Birch society territory.
Like, what's because, dude, you guys try to fucking turn us into a communism country, and then you realize states like Florida were doing fine.
What?
And
can you Daniel, can you explain to me one policy from Kamala or Biden or any other major Democrat that is communist?
Lockdowns.
Lockdowns are not communist.
Yeah, they are.
What do you think communism is?
Government control over the people. It goes against that doesn't involve democracy.
That's authoritarianism. That's dictatorship. That's not.
All right. You're right. Stripping. My bad. Like what's happening to like the South African farmers, like stripping their farmland and giving it away to people. That's communism.
That's
communism.
So
what's
sort of. That's not. That's closer to it.
That's communism.
That's closer to it.
That's more communism. You're right. Authoritarian. You're right. We were under a fascist. Like I thought fucking.
No, not the genocide part, Cosmic. Just the. Let me explain for a second.
Just the taking of the land.
Well, shut up, Daniel, for a sec. Just let me say it.
Why did you tell me to shut up?
because I love you. And
Okay, whatever, dude.
because I need to get this out.
Get it out.
The idea of the government seizing assets and redistributing them is closer to a communist system than not. Well, no, not than not, but then one who doesn't do that. They are seizing land and redistributing. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's communism. 100%. There's 100% going on.
Efforts by the government to address historical injustices related to land ownership, particularly through land restitution, redistribution, and tenure reform. Via eminent domain. In 2019, Parliament began discussing constitutional reforms that would permit uncompensated seizure of private land. The ANC has laid out a commitment to land redistribution in its manifesto. The exact wording on the proposal is expected in March 2020. Oh, this hasn't been updated in a while. I will in a second, Cosmic. Yeah. Let me see how much of it, because it doesn't look by the Wikipedia article that it's been much. I will get to all of those in a second, guys. Oh, I will. Should Mika wear the tanky hat and the Robotnik glasses? All right. They're challenging the law in court right now. The law allows the South African government to expropriate land from private parties if it's in the public interest and allows for expropriation without compensation, but only if negotiations for a reasonable settlement have failed. Huh. Either way, the whole point was that, you know, the taking of land from private to public is more communist. It's not communist, but it's more communist. Regardless, nothing Kamala, Biden, or any Democrats want to do is really communist. He's still here. He's just playing a game, so he's
Yeah, I'm just watching. I was listening.
It's sort of eminent domain. If negotiations fail, they can seize it without compensation, apparently. But the law is being challenged right now. I have to research more about it, Neighbor Rooney, if I'm going to push him on Pizzagate. I know little bits here and there. But
Oh,
I don't
dude,
really
I would
like the
love
whole
a
thing.
real a real debate about stuff that I like to talk about. Pizzagate, Epstein, did in fact get murdered by whatever dark forces, and what else? What's another good one?
We've done this a little bit before. We've done the Epstein one before a little bit. Cosmic says you know nothing about Cosmic. You want to come up?
Yeah.
They're asking for evidence. No, don't start.
Evidence for what?
For the things that you're saying. Easy Rider. What on earth are, quote, dark forces? All right, I gotta give you guys what you're asking for. Daniel, free market entails all the abuses you complain of and doesn't need to involve either celebrities or politicians. Exactly. That's the thing, Daniel, is like all of the stuff that you're talking about that is quote unquote communist is like actually not. Like nothing
the taking and redistributing of land.
That's closer to it, but I still wouldn't qualify it necessarily as communist. It would be communist if they were taking the land, keeping it for the government, and then using it as like government-owned land for like the production of things and shit like that. There is no ownership. Exactly. No, there is ownership. These are private lands in the law, Cosmic. I literally just looked it up. But the law is being challenged right now in the South African courts. Oh, in communism there is no... Well, there's government ownership. Okay. Are you talking about, like, actual Marxist communism? Because I'm talking about, like, USSR communism, which is, like, its own thing. Because that's the communism I believe Daniel is talking about. Yeah, I don't think we're under the impression that the Epstein shit is communism. I feel so tired.
No, dude, those are two different conversations.
Yeah,
one's South Africa, one's Epstein, one's Pizzagate. Those are three different conversations. We've muddled it all into one somehow. And all of them were separated. And dark forces are people like Peter Nygaard. That man is a dark force.
Can we just use like regular language? Is that okay?
What does that mean?
You want me to say the nebulous
billionaire pedophile?
These nebulous things, or like terrible fucking people, or pieces of shit. Don't start with the adrenochrome shit, bro. That one I can take apart easy.
Oh, bro, what are you talking about?
What do you mean? Do you know what you're gonna get from adrenochrome? Maybe a little headache. That's it. There's nothing that it's an after byproduct.
You would know from experience, wouldn't you, Jordan?
No, it's called chemistry, Daniel.
What kind of fucking cartel members have you met?
Cosmic, we know dude, you think Epstein is a dealer, not a user. We know. I feel so tired says the secret Luciferian elite plus communist takeover is classic evangelical tract slop. I thought the youngest girl in his case was 16. I definitely heard of like 14 or 15-year-olds, I think.
What's this guy talking about, dude? This guy doesn't believe in rich elite pedophiles. That's crazy.
No, it's the idea of this, like, yeah, they're obviously pieces of shit who are rich. But the idea that like the whole government in the country is like controlled by like
nobody believes the
cabal of all of these people is what he's talking about.
But then they admit that there's honeypot or like operations. What about Project Midnight Climax? What about Project Mockingbird? Like what are all these things that we know the CIA is doing? You know, it's like I'm not saying the whole world is in on it, bro. I don't think Jay-Z's got a top ranking position of the Illuminati. You know what I mean? I don't think Beyonce and Taylor Swift are secretly
The
like,
CIA
you know,
did a
warring
lot
little
of
girls
shit
to get,
over a long amount of
you
time.
know, and they
But that
still
doesn't-
do shit, bro.
Yeah, but the
And
idea,
what
yeah,
is
but
a honey?
you
You know what a
understand,
honeypot is,
Daniel?
right, Jordan?
They
You
did
know what a
it
honeypot
because
is?
they wanted to do like fucking experiments or try to understand something,
Bro.
and it was obviously really ill advised. They don't really do shit like that anymore.
Diddy is honeypotting. Like, it's not even just the CIA. Take someone like Diddy, bro. Diddy honeypots for getting fucking artist Grammy nominations. He invites a bunch of these people to the freak offs. He records all of them, and then he holds like this
Yeah, he's a
fucking
piece of shit.
blackmail. Yeah, well, dude, our government does that. We do it in extreme fucked up ways. I mean, yeah, fucking Diddy does it, dude, and that's what's the current like
Wait, you
ongoing
just
case at
asserted
this
that the
moment.
government does it. Like, what are
Yeah.
you talking about specifically?
Like tons of people do it. Like so, Epstein's a part of a fucking CIA honeypot operation.
Where's your proof of
The fucking all the deleted evidence that apparently
that?
nobody's
That's
allowed
not
to
proof.
see ever.
Hang on, that's
Yeah,
not
dude.
proof of anything. That's
fact
all
that
that's
there's
proof.
apparently a bunch of
All
crappy
that's proof
children
of is that there's
and-
evidence that we haven't seen. That literally does not follow to the conclusion that you're making.
I know, but it's one of those situations where it's like we'll never get the truth, you know.
But
So,
the problem
we're
is
left to
the problem.
speculate.
Here's the problem, Daniel. Here's
That's
the
all we're
problem.
left
Just
to.
let me just explain. Let me just explain. There, because the evidence is deleted, quote unquote. It could be that you're right. It could be that you're wrong. You don't know. So to assume that that is the case, you don't really have anything to support that other than speculation, right? And that's where I don't
Other
go
than
to that
flight
point.
logs. And
Yeah, and?
what is? Yeah, it's
There is
whatever.
a
I know,
there
I
is
get
a
it, dude.
big gap
You-
between these people in power were hanging out with this piece of shit and might have engaged in some illegal, very illegal and
You
fucked
still-
up activities. And
You still don't even know what COINTELPRO
and
is.
yeah,
Right.
bro, that was ages ago. I've already looked into that. Listen, there's a big
We've been
difference
doing
between.
fucking crazy fucked up shit. You
Just
go
let me
ahead.
finish. Let me finish. There's
I
a
know,
big
so go
difference
ahead.
between rich and powerful people spending time with a dude who's a piece of shit and possibly engaging in very illegal and very fucked up activities, and the government and all of our rich and powerful people being in control or part of this shadowy figure organization that's always trying to like fuck with kids and do fucked up shit like that. There's a huge difference of space between those two things. And in order to go from one to the other, you have to prove it, because that is a huge, that is an extraordinary claim. And so it requires extraordinary evidence. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, that's a big claim. Right now, all we have proof of is Epstein did a bunch of fucked up
That
shit.
our government.
There was
That our
definitely
government
people on
fucking
that
sold
island.
Cocaine.
There was definitely people on that island who were rich and powerful. Some of them probably engaged in fucked up shit. I would say it's probably reasonable to say that not all of them did. We don't know what that ratio is, right? That's kind of what we know. And that we're not getting the full picture. We don't know why we're not getting the full picture. There's a couple of there's a bunch of different potential reasons why we might not be getting the full picture. Some of them are a lot more reasonable answers than others, right? And so that's kind of where we're at. And that's what we can go on. So we can speculate and kind of come up with ideas. But I think, like, if we're going to go all the way to that side of the spectrum, I'm going to need more than just sort of like circumstantial evidence. Because that circumstantial evidence can be applied to a number of different explanations.
It's all right, bro. People try to tell you the government was selling fucking crack to the hood, and then it took 40 years before the evidence got revealed. So to me, it's one of those same
Do
situations.
you think they're still
like once all the
selling
fucking
crack to the
files
hood?
come out? No, I mean maybe, yeah, dude. I absolutely believe our CIA.
You just said
constantly
no, maybe,
has-
yeah.
Well, no, maybe, yeah. I don't know what to tell you. No, maybe, yeah.
This is the thing, is it's like
the-
the reason why I'm a lot more skeptical. Oh no, I said skeptical. All right, chat, fucking tear
Okay,
me
tell
up.
me why you're skeptical.
I'm skeptical because
okay, he's fucking genius.
the reason
Explain it
why
to
we
me.
did those things in the past was because we wanted to achieve a goal with them, right? We had a goal
Right.
set and we tried to do something in the service of that goal. And then we
You don't think
realized
we
that
still
not
have
only
goals?
are we not achieving that goal, but we are exposing our agencies to undue risk, both like on the ground with the agents in that operation and publicly in public, if it gets out the way the public sees it. And so over time, there was less and less and less and less of that kind of behavior. And so it doesn't really happen as much. That doesn't mean it never happens, right? There are little conspiracies that happen from time to time. But the idea that we're still operating in the same way, like out of control, like we did in like the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and so on, that just doesn't really appear to be the case.
How would it appear to be the case to someone like you or me? Like, why would you not just assume that since we've been doing it for 60 fucking years and they're revealing all this evidence?
Well, we haven't really
we
been
still
doing it
have
for 60 fucking
extreme-
years. I mean, we did it for like 30 or 40 years, and then we weren't doing it as much. And then we just over time kind of did it less and less and
I'm almost certain everything is considered a conspiracy of those times, and then those conspiracies came to light. And I believe,
yeah, but
in the
would you
same
not
situation,
not grant that the frequency of those has gone down over time?
I believe ultimately that the CIA has only gotten better at what they're doing 40 years ago, and they learned how to be like better in secrecy and more.
So like, where
manipulative than
are
ever
all
before.
of these people who are being like fucking experimented on then?
What are you talking about, dude? It's the same situation with MK Ultra. Anybody?
Yeah, where are all the people who are getting fucking drugged and sent out? And where are they?
They're dead.
What? Where
Yeah,
are all the
you get, like,
disappearing
two
people,
whistleblowers.
Daniel? Where are all the people who are disappearing?
Do you not know that there's hundreds of thousands of people disappearing all the time? There's constant kidnap victims.
Okay, that's actually
Yeah.
true. Good point. but there are very good explanations for that.
What?
I mean,
It was
no,
the
I mean,
neighbor or the
Daniel,
uncle. It had nothing to do with the CIA.
human trafficking is a huge issue, and you know that,
Yes.
and that's very real,
Yes.
and like understandable, and like
And I believe our government-
explainable.
Bro, it's not explainable. It's cartels and it's fucking
cartels. That's the explanation.
Evil governments.
Gangs.
And
No, see, you
mafias,
added
and
the
I
other
believe-
one. One of those things.
No, I'm still adding.
One of
I'm
those
adding all
things
of
we
them.
have evidence
And-
for. The other one
and
we
It's
don't.
cartels, gangs, mafias. It's people that work inside of our government because they work
Wait,
for
let's
the
see.
cartels,
How
gangs,
many
and mafias.
people
It's people that
disappear
like
in the U.S. every year? Let's see. Yeah, Cosmic, you're way off on this. 600,000 people reported missing every year.
tons of kids too.
Yeah. But no, obviously human trafficking is like a real thing. That's all. Listen, Cosmic, if you're not going to provide some other fucking evidence, don't facepalm like you fucking know what you're talking about. It's so triggering, dude. I literally pulled up the stats for you right now and you're like, if you're wrong, you're fucking wrong. Jesus.
If you're wrong, you're wrong, Cosmic. Wow.
Really? Provide the fucking stats then, Cosmic. 600,000
I don't
people a year.
understand.
It says it right here. National Missing and Unidentified Persons Database. If you have better data, present it or fucking concede. I'm not going to let this go.
I don't know why. I don't know why I get called a conspiracy theorist when, it's so absurd to call Republicans conspiracy theorists when they just believe that ultimately there's like the actual conspiracy theorists that's all of Hollywood is evil and all of Hollywood is ruled by the devil and they're in collaboration with our government and they're all ruled by the devil to feed on little children. I get that one is far-fetched, and then they're mostly lizard people that run that shit. That one's crazy. But like the idea that there's billionaires and there's insane, greedy individuals that reach positions of power all throughout this world, and then they're
And
all
many
part
are
of
found
this
within a short period
massive,
of time, neighbor Ernie.
and they're all in.
Wait, that is actually more of an interesting question.
What?
That's going to be a way lower number.
What?
Yeah, only 6,000 are never found.
6,000 a year is pretty crazy, though. But it's a lot
Out
better
of
than 600,000.
380 million?
Yeah, I mean, dude, how many kids do you think? How many kids are a part of the 6,000?
Yeah, that's true, neighbor Ernie. How many kids? What does that mean? What's the difference?
Well, I mean, there's a difference between like.
You
How many
think
are
kids don't get
runaways?
trafficked by
How many-
cartels?
No, I said how many kids are a part of the 6,000? That's all I was wondering. Like, how many are under 18? How many of them are women too? That's another good number to look up. Because I would assume that kids and women are like a higher rate of the disappearance, unless it's like, gang kids murdered each other and then hid the body. That's probably counts as a disappearance as well.
How many children?
Ugh.
Over the last, what? In 2024, 2,535. Yeah, it looks about half are kids and half are adults. Something around that. It probably fluctuates. So where are all the missing people being abducted by the government? That seems to be right for the cartels.
Don't you understand, dude?
There's
the
not a lot of
cartels do the
space there.
government's bidding.
Oh, fuck off.
What do you mean, fuck off? That's always been the strategy, the game plan.
No, there was some strategy there in the past and some strategy.
We
But
still
that's
do
not
that.
No, not you're saying that your implication is that everything they do is because the government is telling them to. All of these people who's being abducted by the cartels because the government's telling them to, and then these people are being okay. So then why are there all of these people who are trafficked then? I mean, like, this doesn't add up at all. Oh, Cosmic, I'll pull you in. On what thing, Cosmic? To defend yourself on what? Come back in. Come back in. I'll pull you up.
Woohoo! What's up?
Hey.
Wow, and he left.
Hey, buddy.
Hello.
And then he joined again. Join, left, join.
How you doing?
I have been personally attacked. That's how I'm doing.
Isn't that
Oh,
how we
you've been
spend like
personally
all of my
attacked.
stream going back and forth?
Who's you been attacked by?
I would not take it personally,
your
but
claim that apparently yeah, that's like the most insane claim I've ever heard.
what?
The number of disappearances that you're hawking.
It says it right here,
Just assume that would
600,000
be
people.
true.
Yeah. That makes sense. Probably a lot of
Are
like
you saying so? If
elderly runaway kids.
wait, let
I'm
me
sure that's
clarify
the
this
actual
really
report.
easily. Let me clarify this really easily, Cosmic. Because
Or
if you're
people that
saying
actually get found
people
too.
who disappear who are not found, is that what you're saying?
You raised this number by claiming like that's how many people are trafficked. Like that was the actual quote. Like if
No,
you
you just said
track the
disappeared.
I
conversation,
just said disappeared.
no, literally this
That
conversation
means people
train
who've been
happened because
murdered.
this Daniel
It could be
person was
people.
claiming that that's the number of
This
people that are
Daniel
trafficked
person.
in the U.S.
Okay, well,
This motherfucker.
we've clarified this out. 600,000 are the people that go
Okay.
reported missing. Around 6,000 is the people who are not found.
Mhm.
Yeah, but that also does not mean anything. Like literally, that just may mean that
I've
they
never found.
whatever they were. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
I'm going through
departments were
that
not
with him right
efficient in
now, where I'm
locating.
saying like 6,000 does not leave a lot of room for the government to be abducting and experimenting on people.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
dude. You
Well, I don't
think
know
the
how.
government experiments on 6,000? No, dude. They need like 5. 5 a year, maybe even 20.
5 people?
Oh shit! I got a
All right, well,
scroll.
you know
That's
what? If
crazy.
it's 5 people, I don't even really care then. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh, okay. Just as long as they're usually homeless too, or like a runaway fugitive from
Oh
Arizona
man,
that
who
ended
even
up in
cares
LA.
about those people? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No,
Nah,
I just don't think that's like why would they need to do that? People volunteer for shit. And it's not like we're coming out like what I am wondering, what would be the purpose? What are they trying to gain out of that?
I mean, you don't think? Oh, hold on. Damn it! You don't think like we don't still try to do the same kind of experiments that we were trying to do since the 60s, 70s, and 80s?
No, because we did
We've
them and
been
they
we've
didn't
been
really bear any fruit. So why would we still be doing them?
because why would we end the constant campaign to, commit mind controls and then like
Because we
the
don't need
whole
that to
purpose?
commit mind control. We have the media now.
Exactly. But they, damn it, why did my teammate give up? Damn it. All right. My bad. No. I still believe we do it. I believe they didn't accomplish what they ultimately want to accomplish. I believe the government's constantly funding like weird, sick experiments, kind of like what fucking Fauci had going on with all those beetles or
Oh, Jesus
beagles,
Christ.
the beagles, bro. Just like the beagles, dude. I'm telling you, we were doing weird
Uh,
shit everywhere all the time. Like, why were we putting
Cosmic, do you know about
brain-eating
this
worms
one? I don't
inside a
know
bunch of
about this
beagles?
one.
You don't
I
know about the
can't know.
beagles?
I can't
don't.
know all of the conspiracies, Daniel. There's so
Bro, it's
fucking
not a
many.
conspiracy. Because it's not a conspiracy. It was a medical experiment in the
You mean they had
Philippines.
animal
That
experimentation?
Yeah, brutal fucking weird animal experimentation. And it was in the Philippines. And where they cut the vocal cords out of these beagles and then they used sandflies to see
Let's
they're
see.
looking for a medication to solve the sandflies. And yeah, dude, it's it's shit like that all the time. They're always doing weird shit. Who knows what the government is doing with people secretly?
Hang
That
on.
shit, I believe, still exists.
And why do you believe that?
Because of MK Ultra. Because we
I
did
mean,
it.
I don't know, like,
You
no,
have
I
to
do not
link that shit.
disagree that MK Ultra was
Yeah, like you can't
You
just
don't,
say
you
like
don't know
we
MK
did a
Ultra is?
thing, therefore we're doing
Yeah.
this other thing. Like you have to show that we're
Because
doing
the
the thing.
experiments don't ever stop. All right, no, everything's got to be proven to y'all. All right, one, I
Yeah,
personally
because
believe
that's
the
how
government is
claims
behind.
work, buddy.
But that's not how secret I mean, like, how did you prove fucking Epstein existed before 2000? You didn't.
Yeah,
Like,
we
that shit
didn't
would have been
know.
absurd to
We
But
you.
I
didn't
thought he
know,
was
and then it came
prosecuted in
out.
2005.
But he'd been
We
doing
didn't
it
just
for a
assume
long
left and
time.
right that people were doing it. Imagine if we did that. How many people would be falsely accused?
Accused. You're
Just
right.
like you guys do
Terrible.
all the
Terrible
fucking
tragedy.
time. Like it drives me nuts. Like everybody's a fucking pedophile. Why? Like
No,
here's
not
the
everybody's a
problem.
pedophile.
No, I know. I'm exaggerating. Here's the problem. It's like
No. Why did you back away? No. In terms of percentage, what percentage of the number of people in power do you think are pedophiles?
1%.
Sorry, so just 1% of
Yeah.
Congress is
All right, but what do you think a
Okay, so I don't
honeypot
know.
is? So we
Why
do
do you...
honeypots. We have examples of
No, no, no.
honeypots, right? So what do you think something like
I don't know.
Epstein being
What do you think that
connected?
word means?
Honeypot is where it's essentially like a blackmailing strategy.
Yeah, like Matt Gates. He's.
I mean, I would. I don't think that's been proven. Yeah,
Matt
it's
Gates.
unclear. I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just. Neighbor Rooney said it in chat.
Yeah, I
I'm just
don't.
having a
Well.
laugh.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, that it was a weird case, but again, yeah, this is like
Yeah,
I guess
says my
you're
fiance
using the
used to work
word
in the lab at an animal testing facility. Interesting.
the wrong way. I mean, Matt Gates is weird, but I would not call him a pedophile, I guess.
Hey, one second. I'm gonna call. I'm still on the chat though.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Rate of pedophilia in the population. Is there like? There's obviously not going to be an accurate number on this because most people aren't even gonna. Probably aren't even gonna talk about it.
Yeah, I don't think it's been well studied.
Oh,
But
I
think
really should be
you're,
looking
like,
this up in
approaching...
an incognito browser. I do not want this in my history.
Yeah, but I think you're approaching conspiracy theories wrong. They're supposed to explain the world for people who don't have control in their lives, right? So they're not like susceptible to scrutiny or like reason.
No,
It's
I
not,
understand that, but like I can't just sit here and be like, this is why you're doing it, because that kind of kills the conversation. Like we can get there eventually, but I feel like in order to get there, you have to break the things down a bit to
you
open
cannot
them up
like
to.
people cling harder to their I mean, this has been shown, right? Like when you show them evidence, people cling harder to
Yeah,
their
but like,
beliefs.
do you think they're going to be receptive to you saying you're trying to find meaning here and you're putting it into that? They're just going to wipe that away. Like the cognitive bias or the cognitive dissonance is going to engage far more easily
It's a
with
coping
that.
mechanism, right?
Yeah.
Huh? Sorry?
Yeah,
It's a coping mechanism. So you cannot
100%.
technically, I mean, unless you solve their environment, you cannot technically solve their belief, right? Like it's not, you cannot provide evidence to change their environment. So
Yeah, but like
technically
I
speaking, you
don't.
cannot.
So for example, I don't debate with you know a lot of MAGA people
It's
because
like the Scientology
I feel
people. I think they have like right, like they have like when they talk about like getting out of Scientology, they have like these
sure.
camps they go into, and
Yeah.
like they make different friends outside that like cult like environment, and then they like right, like it's like a
Yeah, but
slowly their
like a
environment
lot
starts
of
to change.
conspiracy people, they have friends outside of conspiracy circles. That doesn't really do much.
No, I don't think that's true. I think they mostly have conspiracy friends.
I mean, Daniel has friends. I mean, I've spent a lot of time in real life with Daniel, like working
Well, I mean,
on
I'm not
sets
sure.
and stuff. And it's
I
like,
think he may find this fun, and well, I'm not sure how seriously he believes in conspiracy.
I sometimes I'm not sure either. Certain things I definitely I think he believes in, but I don't know always. I definitely think he thinks that there is government fuckery going on
Hey, leave Tom
behind
Cruise
the
alone,
scenes.
Neveruni.
Whether he knows specifically, like, okay, it's right about this thing or right about that thing, I don't think so. But I think he's at the point where he's like, well, you know what? They've done so much fucked up stuff. I'll just believe whatever and see what ends up being the truth.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I guess maybe he gave up. But yeah, I don't want to smear the man, but
He's a real look. Beliefs in conspiracies and whatever aside, he's a good friend. He's a good guy. I love him to death. Like, he's a good person. He's got a good heart. The reason he believes these things and he feels so strongly about them is because he cares about people and he thinks that wrong is being done to people, right? That's important to remember.
yeah, but that's literally how like a lot of horrible things have been done.
I agree, but like there's a way to
I'm sure the
approach.
Pizzagate guy was like, they're doing weird things in that
Yeah,
pizza
no,
parlor.
I know.
I have
But
to
like, you
go
know,
and save them, and then you're
like I would rather engage with the person and have conversations with them and show them bit by bit that, you know, what they believe in is not necessarily true, rather than like reject a person and not hang out with them, especially when he's like a good friend, right, or a good person. I don't know. I see the good in a lot of people, and I try to appeal to that. There's multiple ways to approach this, and like we can't all be taking the same approach, or like it's never going to work. You need the dichotomies of different approaches to these things.
Oh, well, I think the clinical psychiatrists would disagree with you. And 9 out of 10 interventions fail, so technically speaking, I don't think...
Well, you never know which one is going to be the one to break through. You think 9 out of 10 clinical psychologists believe that...
No, interventions. 9 out of 10 interventions fail.
Oh, do you think... Okay.
I mean, what you're describing is an intervention, right? What do you try to...
No,
confront
not
somebody
necessarily.
with-
I'm just having conversations
with the
over
truth?
time and, you know, like dealing with individual topics one by one as they come up. And, you know, educating myself at the same time. Which is just good to know, right? Like, Destiny doesn't engage with Rob Noor on conspiracies because he thinks he's going to change his mind, right? He engages with Rob Noor on the
It's just
merits
fun
of
content.
conspiracies.
I think he actually really hates Rob.
But you
I
get what
think
I'm
it's just
saying.
fun
You get the point that I'm making, right? He does it because, you know, it's good for our own knowledge, number one. And two, there are people watching, and eventually there's going to be a lot more people watching, even though I just have you lovely, awesome people who I love for right now, and you all kind of already agree with me, but still. That's the point. Hey, Cryptic! How you doing? I just don't,
Yeah, well,
I see value in it, right? You don't always have to change somebody's mind or pull them out of something to find value in these kinds of discussions. Rob GPT.
Oh, yeah, the
Oh
ChatGPT.
my God. That was so bad.
Yeah.
Oh,
It
Jesus.
was funny, though. I was
It
almost-
was.
like, him realizing it was happening has to be, like, absolute cinema.
Dude,
Like,
I
would he-
remember that. That was such a classic moment. Oh, right. Oh, my God. That's right. You're right. I forgot.
Yes.
Thanks for reminding me, Neighbor Rooney. All right, Mika, we have a performance. So which remix are we going with this time, guys? Which remix? Let's pick a remix. Okay, come here, babes. And then we got to get your Robotnik glasses on. Okay. All right.
Well, there's only one valid
Look at
remix,
this.
And it's the Usher.
Look at
Remix.
this. How about this? You see this, Cosmic? But it's a Russian hat, Neighbor Rooney.
Yeah, that is definitely not. Yeah, we've been over this. That is not
Yeah.
that is not a tanky hat.
It's Soviet. I don't know why you say that. It's Soviet.
Oh, I mean,
Like, I got this when I was living in Russia shortly after the fall of the
I thought
Soviet Union.
tankies were outside the Soviet Union who sort of
Well,
washed their,
if we're talking about the literal
their
definition,
crimes.
you may be right. I think nowadays we just kind of generally apply it to communist fucks.
Oh, I mean, they like straight up believed in the horrible things they were doing.
Yeah.
I thought tankies referred to the people who knew the horrible things they were doing, but still found a way to justify it. To
All right, what do we got? Authentic Soviet drip indeed, Cryptic. Oh, wow, really? Old Spice commercial. God damn.
Hey, sweetie, you good?
Someone stole my Old Spice antiperspirant. Now I'm smelling like perspirant.
I did.
You are so cool.
Force 24/7 sweat protection.
You did this to my bitch.
no, I was saying that they are outside the Soviet Union. I'm not saying they do not believe in it. I feel so tired.
I think in like modern parlance, internet parlance, we just use it to describe far left fucking communist punks.
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, it would be funny if you used it to describe. I mean, I don't think anybody who left the Soviet Union believes in that, but
Yeah.
it would be funnier if you tried to apply that label to it. That's what I'm saying. It would be wrong, but it would be funny.
I need an accordion. Oh, this is not. Wait, what about the other one? Let's try the other one. Can you do this one? Let's see.
My bad, brother. I'm back. What we doing?
We're in the middle of some shit right now. Hang on.
Hell yeah. Love it.
Oh, no. Okay, here we go. Let's try it this one. There we go.
Yeah, that is so weird to put on it.
I need an accordion. Good girl. You're doing so good. Salutes to Mika, please. Salutes in chat for Mika, please. She is the ranking officer here. Can you do it? Oh, good paw. Oh, yeah, we'll have to do that. I'll have to get that and on my own time so it's good quality. Hi. You look so cool. I know, this is killing me. You want to go. She wants to go. She's over it. Go ahead. Alright, that was fun. What's this, Cosmic? What do you got? What are you posting in here? I kind of want to see this. This seems dope.
Want a loyal and motivated workforce?
No, I would like a disloyal and lazy workforce. Thank you. All right. Look at the hat. Absolutely, I think so. That's what we're going for. That's your top worker. Mika's looking at me like, what the fuck are you doing? Wait, what'd you say, Cosmic? Start over?
Oh,
I
was
couldn't
saying
hear you
one-
over the...
If you want drunk Russian dancing, you gotta go with Fiddler on the Roof.
Listen. You're speaking my fucking language right now, okay? But that's probably copyrighted, so I can't play it until we're until we say bye to YouTube.
Oh yeah.
Accordion, nothing but a capitalist accordion, nothing but capitalist squeeze box of corruption. luring comrades away from productive labor while bourgeois wheezing in decadent polka rhythms. No, klezmer sucks? L take. L take. And to a Jew you say this. I grew up listening to klezmer, motherfucker. I love klezmer.
No, I do not know klezmer. I only know Fiddler on the Roof.
Klezmer's awesome. And now I'm going to make I Feel So Tired listen to it because he said it sucks. Let's see.
Is this like what is Yahoo?
No, it's like Jewish music.
Yeah, Modest Yahoo is Jewish. I love Modest
No,
Yahoo.
but he's Jewish.
I know.
It's not Jewish music.
I know.
Yeah.
I know what you mean, though. I know what you mean.
One day. That's also the only song of his I know, Bruni.
Party memories right now, bro. So many good parties. My bar mitzvah had classical music. Okay, so yeah, that's klezmer music. I can't believe you don't like that. I Feel So Tired. That shit is dope. Yeah, how many times I have either been lifted up on a chair or lifted up other people on a chair to that kind of music? It's so much fun. You dance around in a circle, everybody yells, hey, you kick your legs out. It's a good fucking time. And usually we're all just fucking smashed, because that's how the Jews do it.
Yeah, that does sound like a brilliant time.
It is. It's a lot of fun. If I can recommend one thing...
No, I just assumed it would
Yeah.
be Hava Nagila playing...
No. Stuff I heard generally.
Dude, greatest wedding
that's
I've
fine.
ever been to is Jewish.
Yeah, look,
Greatest
if
wedding
there's
I've ever
one
been
thing I can recommend with love to the Goyim, go to a Jewish party, enjoy yourself, have fun. We party hard.
Bro,
We
you
really
gotta
do.
do. You gotta do.
Yep.
That's why you're such degenerates and you do all that fucked up shit.
Jesus
Just kidding.
Christ. Oh my God.
Just kidding.
I know. All right, let's do this fucking Caroline Levitt fucking press release. She's going to talk some shit about judges, and I'm going to get triggered, so let's be ready for that. I already know. I already know
Alright,
what's
alright.
coming.
I'm going to drop back
Drop out? Okay.
down.
All right. I'll see you in chat, buddy. Oh. Oh, we got Spammeroonie in the chat. At least he was nice enough to follow me, though. Thank you. I will not delete your spam chat because you followed me. So you get to leave your spam message in the chat because I got the follow. Thank you. Thank you for that. Although, Kick's probably going to delete your account if you're doing spam a lot later, so I won't really get the follow. But still, you get a pass. This time. Just this once.
Judicial overreach. Using his
What's with the
full
audio?
and proper legal authority, President Trump imposed universal tariffs and reciprocal tariffs on Liberation Day to address the extraordinary threat to our national security and economy posed by large and persistent annual U.S. goods trade deficits. The United States has run a trade deficit of goods every year since 1975.
And that doesn't matter, Caroline Levitt. That does not matter. That is not a problem. You guys keep insisting this is a problem. Everybody else knows a trade deficit is not a problem. We are the #1 purchaser and consumer of goods in the world. That's why we have a trade deficit. It's because we are a rich country that we have a trade deficit. So we can buy things from other countries. It's a good thing. It's a sign of economic prosperity. And also, we're the #1 provider of services around the world. And that doesn't get factored into a trade deficit. And we're the #1 provider of services in the world by like a huge margin. So it's just this whole thing is just fucking, it doesn't make any sense. This focus on trade deficits doesn't make any sense.
In 2024, our trade deficit in goods exceeded $1 trillion.
Oh, boo-hoo. We bought so much. We're a big consumer economy. We're spending a lot of money, which is good for our economy and GDP. Oh, so sad. So bad.
Everybody agrees this is unacceptable.
Literally, nobody but you guys agree that this is unacceptable.
President Trump is delivering on his promise to fix this problem, and he has taken a long overdue and much needed bold stance for American workers after decades of our manufacturing base being hollowed out.
We're not bringing manufacturing jobs back. That's not happening. There might be a few, but aside from that, a lot of it's, if the manufacturing comes back, it's going to be automated. And even if that's the case, it's going to be like 5 to 10 years before that even starts happening anyway. Who's okay with that comment? I don't think anybody's okay with that comment. I think if you showed that to most conservatives, they would think that's pretty heartless. But that doesn't mean that they're going to like vote differently, but they wouldn't be okay with the comment, I don't think. There will be some, obviously, that will, but...
The president's rationale for imposing these powerful tariffs was legally sound and grounded in common sense.
I feel like I don't even need to go into this. I've explained so many times why these tariffs are a bad idea. So many times. No one has ever been able to give me a convincing argument that deals with all of the issues that come with these tariffs. Nobody. Not Scott Bessent. Not fucking Nutlick. None of them. And yet they still state this like it's common sense. Bro, what common sense? No economists think this is a good idea. Nobody. The taco meme? Okay, hold on to that, neighbor Rooney. I'm going to ask for that after this. All right, I can't just do this. I need to play some DSP going Thanks, I feel... What an endorsement, I feel so tired. What an endorsement of the tariffs. You think they're a good idea because you're shorting something.
President Trump correctly believes that America cannot function safely long-term if we are unable to scale advanced domestic manufacturing capacity, have our own secure critical supply chain.
That's not true. We can do services instead of manufacturing, and that's what we do now. We should be working to be better at what we already do well, and expanding that market than trying to bring back jobs that Americans don't really do anymore, which means we'll have to train a whole bunch of new people, a whole new generation, and shift into that if we're going to do it and not have it automated. And things that we don't, like, possess the natural resources for, and that are going to inherently be more expensive to manufacture here. It just doesn't make sense. Like, why? Why do that? We did all of these other trade deals. We promoted free trade so we could get those things for cheaper, so it's easier for our population to afford nice things. It helps our economy, it helps their economy, brings the world up together. Meanwhile, we focus on the things we're good at, like services, and everybody's happy. Our GDP is fucking massive. This is not a problem.
And our defense industrial base is dependent on foreign adversaries. 3 judges of the U.S. Court of International Trade disagreed and brazenly abused their judicial power to usurp the authority of President Trump.
Do you think she's actually read the Constitution? She can't have, right? She can't have, right? She can't possibly have read the Constitution if she just said that. Article 3, Caroline. Please read Article 3. Please. Article 3 of the Constitution. Please read it. Please!
To stop him from carrying out the mandate that the American people gave him.
The American people did not give him a mandate to violate the Constitution. That is what the courts are there for. If he is doing something they deem unconstitutional or they deem against the law, it's their job to rule against it. That's literally Article 3 of the Constitution. No amount of bloviating and whining about it is going to change that. If you followed the law to begin with, you wouldn't be dealing with this. But you didn't, so you are.
Judges failed to acknowledge that the President of the United States has core foreign affairs powers and authority given to him by Congress to protect the United States economy and national security.
That's not...
Congress had...
Yeah, but you're lying about what they're saying is that your invocation of the national emergency was incorrect, was improper. So the law that was given by Congress, you're invoking it incorrectly. That's the problem.
Created the National Emergency Act to provide the congressional framework to strike down improper IEEPA use. And any questions over whether President Trump improperly imposed these IEEPA tariffs were already adjudicated in Congress following Liberation Day. Congress firmly...
That doesn't matter. The judicial branch has authority. It's not up to Congress to override the judicial branch. If the judicial branch says he's not following the law correctly, he's not following the law correctly. He can appeal it and go up to the Supreme Court, and they'll have the ultimate authority, but Congress doesn't get to decide whether or not he was applying the law authoritatively. They can try to change the law to fit his use of it, which is scummy and shitty, and is obviously going to mean that other presidents will abuse that power in the future. But that's not how any of this works. Adjudicated in Congress. Exactly. What a fucking retarded phrase. Adjudicated in Congress. That's... Holy shit.
They rejected an effort led by Senator Rand Paul and Democrats to terminate the president's reciprocal tariffs. The courts should have no role here. There is a troubling and dangerous trend of unelected judges inserting themselves into the presidential decision-making process.
That's their job! That's their fucking job, Caroline! That's literally what their job is! It's called checks and balances. Read the Constitution! Please! Fuck!
America cannot function if President Trump, or any other president for that matter, has their sensitive diplomatic or trade negotiations railroaded by activist judges.
Then win the court cases. Then win the court cases. Apply the law correctly, and they won't stop you. Win the court cases. Jesus.
Trump is in the process of rebalancing America's trading agreements with the entire world, bringing tens of billions of dollars in tariff revenues to our country, and finally ending the United States of America from being ripped off. These judges are threatening to undermine the credibility of the United States on the world stage. The administration has already...
Yeah, it's the judges threatening the credibility of the United States. It's absolutely the judges. Even though everybody's saying it's this back and forth tariff strategy that he's doing. Literally, Wall Street is saying it. Other countries are saying it. Everybody Everybody is saying it's Trump's approach to these tariffs. But you guys live in this bizarro world where, no, it's that everybody's stopping us. No, they didn't even stop you on the tariffs until just now. The market uncertainty, the bond yields rising, the lack of confidence in American debt. This is all because of Trump's economic actions. And the fact that you're saying it's because of the judges, what the judges have done right now, even though his uncertainty going back and forth is clearly what's been driving all of this uncertainty and all of these changes in the markets and all of these sales of bonds, all the way up until now, based on, that's all been happening because of Trump's behavior all the way up until now. Like, it's so obviously bullshit. Really, what you should be doing, the smartest thing Trump could be doing right now is saying, oh, well, I guess I can't do the tariffs, and save his own ass, because these are not going to help America. He should save his own ass and get out while he has the chance now. But his ego is too big for him to do that.
Filed an emergency motion for a stay pending appeal and an immediate administrative stay to strike down this egregious decision. But ultimately, the Supreme Court must put an end to this for the sake of our Constitution and our country. With Congress returning next week, it's critical that Senate Republicans maintain the momentum and quickly pass.
I really hope the Supreme Court listens. They should listen to the expertise of the courts that literally, specifically, all they do is work on international trade. They really need to be listening to their arguments.
The One Big Beautiful Bill. The One Big Beautiful Bill will truly make America safe and prosperous.
Yeah, if it passes.
The One Big Beautiful Bill includes the largest border security investment ever. That's why the law enforcement groups are lining up to encourage its swift passage.
Yeah, because that's what everyone has a problem with, Caroline, is the border security portion. The fuck out of here.
Fraternal Order of Police, the largest police union in the country, just endorsed key provisions of the bill. The FOP president announced their strong support, saying the One Big Beautiful Bill Act is more than legislation. It is a promise kept to the public safety officers across the country and a bold step toward an economy that respects, rewards, and uplifts the people who keep it safe. And the National Border Patrol Council, which represents nearly 20,000 Border Patrol agents, hailed the legislation as well. The group's president said this legislation provides a once-in-a-generation investment in the border security of our great country and will make America safer. The One Big Beautiful Bill will guarantee we can permanently have the safest, strongest, and most secure immigration system in American history. I also want to take the...
Or, I don't know, improve the vetting processes, maybe?
The opportunity to debunk some false...
Make it easier for people to immigrate legally? Oh, maybe that would help the border because there'd be less people trying to enter illegally, and the criminals would be the only ones left who are trying to enter illegally, making it way easier for us to catch them. Oh, what a novel concept.
False claims that have been circulating in the press about this bill. The blatantly wrong claim that the One Big Beautiful Bill increases the deficit is based on the Congressional Budget Office and other scorekeepers who use shoddy assumptions and have historically...
Is she going to say historically have been wrong? They were 100% right about your tariffs. I mean, about your tax cuts. They were 100% right about the tax cuts. 100% right about the tax cuts. They added a shit ton, trillions of dollars to the debt. This is legitimate, like, fucking North Korea level propaganda. It's just lies. It's just lie after lie after lie after bold-faced fucking lie.
Historically been terrible at forecasting across Democrat and Republican administrations alike.
Except they haven't.
For example,
and it's bipartisan, which means there's Republicans and Trump supporters in there too. They haven't. And there's a reason why this bill is having such a difficult time passing, and why it's unpopular from people on both sides of the aisle, Caroline. It's not because it's great and amazing. It's because it sucks major fucking donkey asshole.
Just before Congress enacted the original chump tax cuts at the end of 2017, the same CBO...
Why does she always say chump? Do we think that's a Freudian slip? Is that a Freudian slip?
...projected that growth would average a mere 1.9% over the next 10 years. However, by 2019, actual growth had surged to
true,
3.4% once the Trump tax cuts went into effect, exceeding the CBO forecast by nearly 2 full percentage points. The CBO's latest forecast makes the same anemic growth assumptions as they did in 2017, missing the impact of the One Big Beautiful Bill. The CBO assumes long-term GDP growth of an anemic 1.8%, and that is absurd. The American economy is going to boom like never before after the One Big Beautiful Bill.
What evidence? There's nothing there that says the American economy is going to boom. You're just extending the same tax cuts we already had. The economy was doing well because it was Obama's economy. You implemented the tax cuts. And because you already had a good economy, we were able to handle the tax cuts. Then, after COVID, Biden came in to clean up the economic mess, did an incredible job, by the way, and Trump is inheriting Biden's growing economy, and he's going to try and do the same thing. But this time, we have already this huge debt issue left over from COVID. And all this does is create more debt. What's going to be different? What's booming? How is it going to boom if you're upping tariffs? Where is more of that money coming from?
Passed. The largest middle-class tax cut in history, massive deregulation, and the most aggressive domestic energy exploration ever will fuel small businesses, further boost private investment, increase workers' wages, and supercharge economic growth.
Through magic.
The Council of Economic Advisors has factored in the effects of all these pro-growth policies and estimated in their own analysis that growth will average 3% in the long run after the One Big Beautiful Bill is passed, which is nearly double the ridiculous CBO projection.
Caroline.
This higher growth would result in $4.1 trillion in additional revenue over the next 10 years. Between the common sense spending reforms contained in the One Big Beautiful Bill and the robust economic growth that will be generated as a result of it, there will be no increase to the deficit. The same analysis from the CEO...
Trust me, bro. Even though that literally happened last time on your tax plan, by the way.
EA shows just how this historic package will unleash prosperity and ignite a blue-collar boom across America. But if the radical Democrats get their way and the One Big Beautiful Bill does not pass, Americans will face a whopping $4 trillion tax hike. This is unacceptable.
Good. We need to raise revenue for the government.
To President Trump. President Trump will not allow Democrats to massively raise Americans' taxes.
No, we should have raised taxes. We should have never cut them like this in the first place. This is so stupid. If we just keep cutting taxes, we're never going to be able to pay for anything. Stop this. Stop it. It's dumb. I get it makes everybody feel happy in the moment. But also the way you made it, it's going to fall back on the lower classes in a couple years anyway. Their taxes are going to go up anyway. Meanwhile, all the rich fucks are still paying less taxes. Like, it doesn't make any sense. We need to raise revenue. Stop fucking around. You got a problem with the debt? Let's get fucking serious. Raise fucking taxes. Stop cutting them.
Must get this bill passed.
And raise the cap on Social Security payments.
Failure is not an option. The American people are counting on Republicans to deliver. In other news, despite all the doom casting from the media, Americans are growing more and more optimistic about the economy under this president.
What? Let's see. Are you sure, Caroline? She's literally like a propaganda mouthpiece. What about direction of the country? Oh, wow. Rasmussen has it positive. What a gleaming endorsement. Fucking Rasmussen. Where are you getting this from, Caroline? Is it because Chump told you?
Consumer confidence surged in May with the biggest monthly jump in 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's her job, but also, like, there's a difference. Like, you could at least have some realism here. Like, have some, like, actual engagement with reality. I mean, like, this is dystopian.
Smashing expectations. According to the release from the Consumer Confidence Index, the increase in confidence was broad-based across all age groups, income groups, and political affiliations. Our country is clearly heading in the right direction under President Trump's bold leadership. For the first time in history...
Sean Spicer is probably one of my favorite White House press... why am I blanking on the fucking title? No, not because he was good at the job. Because it was fucking hilarious watching him. Press secretary. Thank you. Fuck. Yeah, even more than Ari Fleischer. Scaramucci was barely there for, like, long enough for me to even remember him.
Of Rasmussen polling, a majority of Americans believe the country is on the right track. It's unsurprising because the president is fulfilling the promises he made to the American people. Here in our new media seat today, we have the editor-in-chief of The Federalist, Molly Hemingway. The Federalist is led by Molly and Sean Davis and provides fearless journalism and coverage of politics and culture to millions of readers all over the world. Thank you for being here, Molly, and why don't you please kick us off?
Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you.
In the first Trump administration, there was an effort to stymie the agenda of Trump through the Russia collusion hoax perpetuated by many people.
Fuck off.
The media, including some people seated here, or the media outlets they represent, and other Democrats as well. The second Trump administration, to reference what you said at the beginning, seems to be subject to an effort to stymie the agenda using rogue lower court judges. You mentioned that the Supreme Court could and should do something to rein in these lower court judges. Also, Congress could do something about it, but they don't seem terribly interested in it. It also seems there's not much of an actual coordinated effort from this White House to take and tackle this effort from judges, Democrats and other people using these judges to stymie the agenda. Is there an actual effort by this White House to tackle this issue in a comprehensive way? And if so, what is it?
There is an effort by this administration to tackle these rogue judges and the injunctions and the blockades that we have faced in our broken judicial system in every case. I mean, we have seen
this attacking the judicial system. I have lived all over the world. This is dictator 101 shit. Dictator 101 shit. They go for the judges first every single fucking time, without fail.
and time again, these lower district court judges ruling against this administration in the president's basic executive authority and powers. And this administration is fighting every single one of those battles in court, including already the block that came down from the tariff court, the IEPA court last night. And as on my way out here to the briefing room, I understand that there was another district court judge right here in Washington, D.C. who ruled against the president's tariff power. And I will get to the heart of your question, and I'm glad that we are addressing this in the room today, because nationwide injunctions ordered against the first Trump administration, Trump 1.0, account for more than half of the injunctions issued in this country since 1963. And President Trump had more injunctions.
Yeah. And the crazy part is, you don't realize that means you guys are fucking dumbasses who are breaking the law all the time. You just sit there and whine and paint yourselves as the victim. If you don't want your shit blocked, follow the law. It's that fucking simple.
In one full month of office in February than Joe Biden had in 3
She does what? Sorry?
years. And let me roll through some of these radical injunctions to paint the picture for the American people at home. These are not just talking points. These are real judges in the court of law who are trying to block the president's power and the policies that he was elected to enact. For example, a court ordered the Trump administration to return already deported terrorist aliens back to the United States. A court has ruled the Trump administration can't even temporarily pause our refugee programs. Courts prohibited the Trump administration from eliminating federal funding for child transgender surgery and mutilation, a practice that the American people overwhelmingly reject. A court also held that the Trump administration could not ban people experiencing gender dysphoria or mental health issues from serving in the military. Ridiculous. Courts prohibited the removal of...
Ridiculous. We hate those people. The court wouldn't let us discriminate against them. Unbelievable.
Transgender women from women's prisons, despite potential physical harm to real women in those prisons, biological women. A Northern District of California judge issued an absurd ruling that the president cannot fire people within the executive branch without Congress passing a bill, even though Congress has...
I am committed to torturing myself right now.
Expressly authorized the president through the Office of Personnel Management to authorize reductions in force across agencies. A court also ordered the Trump administration to rehire thousands of already fired employees in several cases. A federal judge blocked the Trump administration from defunding the Department of Education, another signature campaign promise that this president has the power to implement.
Yeah, because just because he made the promise doesn't mean he can do it. I seem to remember somebody saying Mexico was going to pay for a fucking wall. How did that work out? Huh?
Courts ordered the Trump administration could not eliminate funding for illegal DEI programs, hence the word illegal. These are illegal programs to begin with, and now the courts are trying to say this president...
How? Because you say so?
Can't roll them back. And a district court judge prohibited the president from issuing any categorical funding freezes. And then another court ordered on top of that the administration...
He can't, because the funding was determined and allocated by Congress. That's literally their job. The president can't do that. Caroline, please. I will buy it for you. The Constitution, I will buy it for you. I will give it to you. Just read it. Please just read it, okay? It'll help us. It'll help you so much so you don't come out here and look like an absolute fucking retard all the time. I will buy you a copy of the Constitution. Please, just read it. Just once. Just once.
Makes $2 billion of payments in 36 hours. These are just a few of the ridiculous orders that we have seen from lower district court judges every day, and we hope that the Supreme Court will weigh in and rein them in.
Okay, neighbor Rudy, but that's not as fun to make jokes about.
White House advisor Stephen Miller says it's judicial tyranny. Some people are calling it a judicial coup. You're saying you're responding to each and every one of these actions, efforts by these judges to delay or thwart the implementation of the agenda. But is there going to be anything more than that, or is it just going to let this operation continue, even though it could delay everything for years until the presidency is over?
The administration is operating under the directive given to from the
because
president.
they decide who's in the press pool now. I feel so tired, and so they stuff it full of fucking Trump sycophants, and then they throw a couple little crumbs to the actual journalists. And if they ask her even a slightly difficult question, she throws a little tantrum.
That we need to comply with the court's orders. He's made that very clear, but we're going to fight them in court, and we're going to win on the merits of these cases because we know we are acting within the president's legal and executive.
Nope, you're probably going to lose. But we'll see. You might win, but you're probably going to lose. At least in the appeals court on the tariffs. I don't know about the Supreme Court. We'll see about that.
Authorities. And thanks for being here. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. Question on tariffs, but first, actually, some foreign policy news.
Because that would actually, because if there were mannequins in there, they couldn't convincingly lie to the supporters that it's a fair and free press.
Is reporting that Prime Minister Netanyahu told hostage families that he's accepted a 60-day truce offer. So can you confirm, have Israel and Hamas agreed to truce?
Nice one,
I can confirm that Special Envoy Witkoff and the president submitted a ceasefire proposal to Hamas that Israel backed and supported.
Good. Now she's actually going to talk about something that I like. Okay, come on, Caroline. Let's be on the same side here for once. Let's be on the same side here, okay? I think you're cute, so I want to like you, right? But you make it really difficult.
Israel signed off on this proposal before it was sent to Hamas. I can also confirm that those discussions are continuing, and we hope that a ceasefire in Gaza will take place so we can return all of the hostages home, and that's been a priority from this administration from the beginning. I won't comment further as we are in the midst of this right now.
So to be clear, you don't know if Hamas has accepted it yet?
Not to my knowledge, but certainly if that becomes the case and this ceasefire goes into effect, you'll hear it directly from myself, the president, or Special Envoy Witkoff.
On tariffs, Kevin Hassett earlier this morning, he brushed off a legal ruling and called it a hiccup, and he said that trade deal negotiations would continue. Why would other countries continue these trade deal negotiations?
Yeah, that was. I was literally just talking with my dad like yesterday, and I made that same point. I said, but why, like, you know, he's already not getting any deals moving forward, it seems like. Right now, why are they even going to want to keep talking to him if they don't know if the tariffs are even going to be there? No, I know, Cosmic. I don't have a shot. I don't really have a shot with her. Unfortunate.
Because other countries around the world have faith in the negotiator-in-chief, President Donald J. Trump. And they also probably see how ridiculous this ruling is, and they understand that the administration is going to win, and we intend to win. We already filed an emergency appeal. We expect to fight this battle all the way to the Supreme Court. These other countries should also know, and they do know, that the president reserves other tariff authorities, Section 232, for example, to ensure that America's interests are being restored around the world. But I can confirm that our ambassador for trade, Jameson Greer, already heard from countries around the world this morning who said they intend to continue with these negotiations. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. So many of the president's plans right now are being blocked by courts.
The Art of War.
If the courts are going to be the ones who are shaping policy, does the president wish he would have just become a judge instead?
I think the president would take this job over being a judge, and certainly the president is acting within his authority.
Oh my God, can you
imagine?
But so the courts are basically telling you guys.
Will the witness please walk up to the bench?
They think that the White House's policies, the president's policies, are in some way against the law. So why can't President Trump ask the Republicans that control the House and the Republicans that control the Senate just to make a new law?
Well, they would
these
need...
laws have already been granted.
First of all, these laws have already been granted. God, she is so fucking slippery. No, the reason why they can't make a new law... Is that Ducey asking actually a good question for once? The reason they can't make a new law is because they would need a supermajority to make that law. And that ain't fucking happening. Laws need 2/3 to pass.
To the president by the Constitution and by laws that have been previously passed. I'll give you another example. For instance, we've been blocked in court for the revocation of visas from individuals who have the privilege of studying in the United States of America. Secretary of State Rubio has simply used his authority to revoke those visas, to revoke that privilege, and we've seen the courts try to block that. So if these judges want to be the Secretary of State or they want to be the president, they can run for office.
They don't want to
themselves.
be either of those things. They want to be judges, and they're doing their job as judges, Caroline. The fact that, and neighbor Rooney, I know that you're going to say she knows, but the fact that you don't understand that is crazy to all of us who understand even a little bit about how the law and our system works, because we've done this thing called reading the Constitution.
Should be the other way around, but all of the actions the president has taken rely on legal authorities that have already been granted to him by our nation's existing laws.
And on a different topic, there are some folks in President Biden's inner circle who are now in talks with Republicans in Congress to give interviews about how they may have handled
arguing at her.
President Biden's decline. Is the president satisfied with aides only sitting for these
Is the president satisfied with aides?
transcribed interviews, or would he also like to see some kind of testimony from the former First Lady, Dr. Biden?
I think, frankly, the former First Lady should certainly speak up about what she saw in regards to her husband and when she saw it.
And if she told you something you didn't like, you would just smear her. Why would she want to talk to you people?
And what she knew, because I think anybody looking again at the videos and photo evidence of Joe Biden with your own eyes and a little bit of common sense can see this was
What, that he had cancer?
Cover-up, and Jill Biden was certainly complicit in that cover-up. There's documentation, video evidence of her clearly shielding her husband away from the cameras. They were just on The View last week.
By the way, speaking of which, everybody being able to see it, symptoms of frontotemporal dementia. Any of these sound familiar, guys? And then there's like a particular gate. Hang on. Hey, do you guys know of anyone who looks like they stand like this? Huh. 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 You know. Huh. You know, that looks kind of familiar. Huh. Weird.
She was saying everything is fine. She's still lying to the American people. She still thinks the American public are so stupid that they're going to believe her lies. And frankly, it's insulting, and she needs to answer for it. Ouija.
Thank you, Caroline. President Trump was asked what he thought about Elon Musk's claim that the big, beautiful bill increases the budget deficit and undermines the work of DOJ. And the president didn't actually comment on those remarks. He just talked about the need to support the bill. So what does the president think about what Elon Musk said?
Well, the president is very proud of the one big beautiful bill, and he wants to see it pass. He wants the Senate to get to work on it and send it to his desk as quickly as possible. Of course, as you know, Elon Musk announced last night his departure.
Was this? Okay. I'm not sure what you do understand that when you have frontotemporal dementia, there is a particular standing gait and posture that you have, and those were the pictures we were looking at. Who, Trump? There's a lot of like instances of this. Like, here's another example. They use lines to sort of like make it look more pronounced, but you can kind of see it here. He leans forward. There's like a lot of pictures of him doing this. Like, this is fucking weird. It's like there's so many pictures of it. Bernie Lean.
Departure as an official special government employee from the Trump administration. We thank him for his service. We thank him for getting DOJ off of the ground in the efforts to cut waste, fraud, and abuse.
Now get the fuck out, because you're an embarrassment and we don't want anything to do with you anymore, because you are absolute cancer to the presidency, which is already cancer.
Continue.
So he doesn't have any comment about Musk saying it adds to the deficit and it undermines all his work?
The president commented on this. I commented on it. I told you
mad.
that this bill saves $1.6 trillion
She's getting ornery.
according to the Council
I
of
told you it saves $1.6 million or $1 trillion, okay? I told you. Duh, I told you. So listen to me. Don't listen to anybody else. Listen to me. Yeah, I don't know how much
advisors
more I can do with this.
and the analyses that the president believes in. So he gave a comment, I gave a comment. Just because you don't like that comment doesn't mean it's not a comment. Rachel.
She couldn't even say just because you don't like that comment doesn't mean it's not true. She couldn't even say that.
Back on trade, I know you said the White House is going to fight this ruling in court. Is the administration actively reviewing other avenues, other options to carry out the president's trade policy?
The president's trade policy will continue. We will comply with the court orders, but yes, the president has other legal authorities where he can implement tariffs. However, it does not dispute the fact that the president was right to declare a national emergency.
Oh, look who decided to fucking pipe up. Look who's been lurking all night. Would you shut the fuck up, neighboroonie? Nobody wants me to sit here and be nice and calm all the time. You think people tune in for me to be like, oh yes, oh it's wonderful, oh that's great, oh yeah.
Came to fentanyl and when it came to our crippling deficits and the lack of critical supply chains here at home. That is the reasoning for the president's tariffs. And the court didn't dispute those facts, by the way. And there have been other courts that have reaffirmed the president's position. In fact, a ruling in federal court earlier this month shows that the administration is in the right, said we will win on appeal. A federal district judge in Florida ruled that IEEPA, in fact, does grant the president the authority to unilaterally impose tariffs. And 20 years ago, I will add, they are not a court.
Did she say Florida?
The New York Times editorial board responded to the January 2005 trade deficit of $58.3 billion by writing an editorial entitled "Dangerous Deficits." And since then, our trade deficit has more than doubled. The U.S. trade deficit in January totaled a whopping $131.4 billion.
And there have been no economic issues as a result of the trade deficit, Caroline.
On both sides of the aisle, pundits, lawyers, legal scholars, politicians have
Why does everybody have such a difficult time with that word? So many people say pundits.
Agreed that it is a national emergency, our trade deficits and our lack of critical supply chains here at home. It's just President Trump was the first president to actually act on it, to restore that wealth and that prosperity to the United States of America. And it's very unfortunate that the courts are now blocking his attempts to do that.
Has the administration then reached the point where you are actually asking your economic advisors to start reviewing other avenues to implement the president's trade policy, or do you want to just see this legal process take place for now?
We can walk and chew gum at the same time. We are doing both. Josh.
That says the president met with the Fed chair earlier today. I'm wondering if you can give us any readout of that meeting.
Not the word.
It also says that they discussed the economy. I imagine the president might have shared views on rates as well. But...
All right, I think I'm done with this. Now that Daniel's here, I can do dailies. Yay! Here we go. Jimmy Kimmel Taco Man. Yeah, I'll take a look at that. Things that are rolled. Yeah. Things you could hit a person with. Rods. All right, here we go. Hmm. Damn. Tea, tote, water bottle, radio. Are you just saying random shit, or am I missing a connection there? Swag. The other one's golf. T, caddy. I don't know. Love is not from golf. Love is from tennis. Got it. It was swag. Weird. That's such a shitty fucking connection. That's such a shitty connection. Swag? Are you fucking kidding me? Alright. Whatever. I can't see the name tags. So it's either 69 or the 70s. Because these are definitely the Apollo suits. This is an 11. I don't think. This has definitely got to be... This has got to be Cape Canaveral, right? But what year? I just realized I don't actually know exactly where Cape Canaveral... Oh, there it is. Okay. Where are the launch pads exactly? Here. I don't even know. Well, fuck it. Well, we know it's near here. So we'll just put it here. Just be safe. Means we're not getting a perfect score on the... Fuck. If I could see the names... We'll go with 70. 65. Oh, it was before. Oh, it was Gemini. Fuck. That's right. Gemini had the white suits as well. The helmets should have given it away. Those are not Apollo helmets. Those are Gemini helmets. Fuck! I know better than this. Uh-oh. Well, it's not the civil rights movement, that's for sure. Wait. Oh. This isn't even the U.S., I don't think. Yeah. I'm thinking it's the Congo. But where? Are there like states? Provinces? Trying to find like a border area that looks like this. South Sudan? Where are you getting that from? RDC, République démocratique du Congo. Yeah, but RDC, that's Democratic Republic of the Congo. In French. Oh! Oh! Found it. Okay. Okay, so it's like this side of it. Like this half of it. What's the bigger city? Mbujimai, or there's a big star. Isanagi? The star here looks like it's near Kisanagi. So I'm going to go with that, but that might just be no, that's just the flag. That doesn't tell anything. Doesn't tell us anything. Alright, okay. What's the biggest city in the area? It doesn't look like it has the left side. Otherwise, I would pick Kinshasa. Right? Or does it? Maybe it does. And we just can't see it. Yeah, I think it does. So we go with Kinshasa. Because why the fuck not? Because we have no idea. And the phones making me think like 2017. Nice. Oh, there we go, boys. Oh, no. You guys know, these European ones, I always get fucked on these. Alright, this looks like Dutch. Right? And this is giving me, like, 40s vibes for sure. And we'll say 43, because why not? 48. Close enough. Not bad. Not bad. We're definitely not getting a score as high as last time, but still. We're going to get some good. Oh. Cricket. Cricket. Is there like a cricket place in England? Ugh. They used to like cricket there, right? Fuck. I'm gonna pick like England and it'll be like fucking Australia or something. Wait, they have cricket in Australia a lot more than England, right? Just a cricket ground? This is a cricket ground. This is cricket. No, that doesn't... Does that look right? No. No. That's not right. We're just going to be looking at major cities. And we're going to see if the cricket stadium looks right. Why, neighbor Rooney?
Mineral depleted.
Uh-oh. Okay. I know there is a cricket stadium in Brisbane as well, because my friend lives near it. Where is it? Where is it? Oh. No. That's not the right one. Let's check England. Jonestown. Okay. Are there cricket stadiums in London? Would they even still be around? No. That's Wembley. Why is it? Oh, it must be set up for rugby. Or they're getting ready for like one of those NFL games they do a couple times a year. No. They're tan white dudes for sure. I don't know. I feel like we're gonna get this one wrong anyway, because this could be fucking anywhere. Cornhill, whatever the fuck. I don't know what that is. Charles. What? London, where are your cricket grounds? Huh? Huh? Who's setting us up? Ah! No. Maybe. I don't think so. That doesn't look right. Alright, I'm never gonna find this. We're going with this one. It's definitely wrong, but fuck it. Fuck it. And we're gonna say 76. Oh, if we had just looked for a little bit longer. Oh, man. Would I have been able to tell? I would not. I would not have been able to tell. This obviously has changed so much. The other one looks more like it. Or maybe, I don't know. I don't think I would have been able to tell. Okay. Oh. It's like the Brooklyn Bridge? Yeah, I know. I see it. I cannot tell what that says, bro. If you can decipher that, you get like a medal. I'm gonna go. I think it's the Brooklyn Bridge.
My bad.
You mean the Tower Bridge?
Oh, what you playing here, Jordan?
Time guesser.
What is this game?
It's like GeoGuessr, but you also have to guess the year. It looks like the Thames. I don't even see a river. What are you talking about? It does look more like London a little bit, though.
Yeah, not really though. It doesn't really look like London.
I'm trying to look for something that'll give me a good clue here.
It looks New England. It looks like New England in the 60s. No.
It's earlier
That's,
than the 60s. Look at these cars. It's going to be like the 20s or 30s.
I barely even see the cars.
Oh. Yeah. It's not the Brooklyn Bridge. You might be right. It might be the Tower Bridge.
Chi-Town.
Well, let me look at something. Hang on. It's these towers that are going to be the nail in the coffin here.
Well.
Oh, did I go too far? Oh, no. Wait, maybe I did? Did I? Oh. No, that's not it. What am I looking at here? What am I doing? I'm being a dumbass. I was going the wrong way. Okay. Oh, here we go. No, that's not it either. That's not the Tower Bridge. Right? Bro, what is this mystery fucking bridge? What is this mystery fucking bridge? We were just looking at the Tower Bridge the other day. Because fucking Boris Johnson and fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger were like riding bikes and giggling. I can do this. I can find this shit. Okay. Because we were just looking at this the other day. Oh yeah, this is the Tower Bridge, so that's not it. Yeah, I guess we'll check Chicago now. The river doesn't seem wide enough for that large of a bridge. Yeah, but the pictures, the writing is backwards, I think. So I think it's flipped around. Right? Or no? No, it's not. Good catch, bro. But I don't think it's London, right? Because we just look through this whole river. Unless it was like demolished at some point. No, stop. Could also be Australia. Australia. Too developed for that? Are there any landmarks? Oh, there's the Eiffel Tower! Wait, isn't it? No, that's something that looks like the Eiffel Tower, because they drive on the right, and there's English everywhere. No, I'm psyching myself out. Shut the fuck up, me. Mika, relax. Relax! Hey, come here. Jesus, man. Is this it? No. Right? No. Well, you're gonna find out this bridge doesn't even fucking exist anymore, too, I bet. I know, me too, dude. there like any other clues? Jesus. No, it's writing on the picture. No, but there's water over here. This is so distinct looking. It's like a big bridge, right? Like, it's not small. Alright, let me just check New York one more time. Just in case we did at one point drive on the left side. I don't know. Yeah, but all the other text is not mirrored, is the thing. So I don't know why it's backwards on the writing. Look, Nate Rooney, look. This is not mirrored. Oh, I'm gonna have to watch that. Right. But I don't know. Maybe at one point we drove on the left side and then we America'd and switched around. I don't fucking know. Because he's full of shit, Daniel. This bridge looks like so familiar, though, for some reason. These towers, dude. Yeah, that's the thing. It could be. What the fuck? I don't know, boys. I don't know. Well, do we think maybe it's Ireland? Dublin? Are there like other bridges back here? This does kind of look like the Thames. I think Cosmic is right. Alright, we're going to do it. We're going to take the plunge. We're going to go with the Thames. And we're going to say here, because we don't fucking know any better. We're going to say like 1922. We're so cooked, boys. Will we even make it over 40,000 now? I don't even know. Sydney. And 23 years off. Wow, we failed that so hard. Neighbor Rooney, you fucked me. You fucked me on that one. You steered me away from Australia. I didn't even look. I didn't even look. It's okay, buddy. Let's see. If I had looked, would I have been able to tell? I thought it was New York until we saw the left-hand drive. Would I have been able to tell? Oh my god, bro. We absolutely would have been able to tell. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's true. 45 worked. I can't believe it. We literally tripped at the finish line. Unreal. Right? All right. Goodbye, YouTube. We're going to do a couple more things here, and then we're going to end it for the night. If you want to come and watch, come and watch on Kick, www.kick.com/JordanWorld. Bye, YouTube. Everybody wave bye to the losers on YouTube.